Alrighty, everybody. What is up, everyone? Welcome back here to another update. We're going to get started here in a few moments. On Melissa, we're coming down to the wire, y'all. Let's see. Let me go ahead and bring this up for everybody. But anyways, everybody, hope everyone's doing well, staying safe. We got ourselves a pretty nasty situation on our hands with Hurricane Melissa. Let's see here. Which right now is a Category 5. We are sustaining currently 175 mile-an-hour winds here with the storm. So we are currently sustained at 175. The Hurricane Center has it at 175 sustained. We are gusting possibly right around 220 or so. There's actually a report that I've heard that apparently we have had a report of a wind gust over 240 miles an hour. I don't know if that's true. But anyways, pressure right now is down to 909 millibars. Maximum sustained winds here is at 175 miles per hour. And the system is moving to the northwest at 2 miles per hour overall. What's up, Kim? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Raul? Good to see ya. But here's the storm. Absolute beast of a system here. Here, let's see if we can go ahead and maybe get a closer up view. Actually, I'm going to hop over here for a minute because I think this is where I have the zoomed in mode. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and move this over just a tad so you guys can kind of see the eye there pretty closely. Definitely pretty gnarly looking overall. The eye is perfectly symmetrical. Actually, we're going to go ahead and enable our GLM flashes, which there you go. You can see there's definitely still quite a bit of lightning activity within the eye of the storm, still showing that the system is likely intensifying, even still, unfortunately. So yeah, so that's a bit of an issue in which the system does not appear to be slowing down or anything like that. It actually kind of appears to still be possibly even strengthening here. So definitely looking pretty good. But it looks like it's starting to take that that northeasterly approach here. So beforehand, the system was working westward. It has slowed down dramatically. And now it looks like it's starting to kind of pull its way to the northeast as kind of expected here. On the forecast track, we are expecting that to work its way out there by Jamaica. So anyways, hopping on over here, this is the rainfall potential. This is the latest guidance from the Weather Prediction Center. This is giving us the latest info on the rainfall. We've already been seeing a bit of rain out there. Right now, we do have a lot of central Jamaica here, under 20 to 30 inches of rain, which that's going to be about 500 to 750 millimeters worth of rainfall. Let's see, what island is it over now? It's not over any other, or it's not currently over any islands at the moment. Right now it is starting to do that northerly jog like we talked about, kind of out there by Jamaica. We're likely going to see that direct landfall probably somewhere by like Black River or Alligator Pond area. That's probably where we're going to be seeing that direct landfall. Somewhere along the western or the south central side of the coast here. That's likely where we're going to be seeing that direct landfall, and that's going to be happening here for tomorrow morning. Let's actually bring up the models here. I do want to take a peek at those with you guys. We'll go ahead and see what the latest models are showing here. But anyways, everybody, y'all, please be careful out there. Like I said, we're going to be doing a lot of streaming here over the next little bit. We've been already streaming quite a bit lately. So here's the HWRF model. Does suggest that the system could be, that's weird, has it getting down in the 800 millibar range. But does have that landfall right there on the kind of western side here of Jamaica. So that would be better for areas like Kingston. However, don't get me wrong, Kingston's still going to have some significant impacts, especially with storm surge, as the Bay Area is going to be really kind of, really is going to be kind of pulling in a lot of that water out there. What's up, Devin? Good to see you. Why is it moving so slow? So the system's moving slow because we have that frontal system that's starting to interact with the system here overall. It's actually kind of pushing the system back a little bit. So it was going west. The cold front was kind of pushing it a little bit to the east, and now it's starting to pull it up to the northeast here. So that's why it's moving so slow. It's actually stalling right now. I mean, it's barely even moving at the current moment. Right now, we have a sustained winds of 175. We're likely gusting upwards of about 220 or so. Like we mentioned, I did hear reports of possibly a 240 mile an hour wind report. I don't know if that's official or not, but I've heard it from multiple sources that we might have had ourselves a hurricane with 240 mile an hour wind gusts on it, which is pretty crazy. Now let's go ahead and hop our way over here back to sat view. So this is current view of the storm right now. So like I mentioned, we do have quite a bit of lightning activity. Actually, we're going to go ahead and refresh the page here. We can get a nice good view of it. I'm actually going to zoom in. Actually, we're going to hop over to this frame here, get rid of the camera for a minute, so you guys can kind of see the eye up close. You can really see all those little plus signs inside of it. That right there is a lot of lightning activity here, from the satellite imagery. Now, like I mentioned, what that means is whenever you see a lot of lightning activity in the eye of the system, it basically means that the system is undergoing some strengthening, which that it is. Now, one thing I do want to do is bring you guys back over here for a minute. Like we did yesterday when we were doing our updates and stuff, I do want to measure the eye here. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to measure from the west side to the east side of the eye. Doesn't look like it's changed much since yesterday, though. Yeah, so right now we are seeing 15 miles from the west eye wall to the east eye wall. From the north eye wall to the south eye wall, about 15.5. So yeah, it's pretty much perfectly symmetrical. I mean, yeah, we're 15 and a half miles across from west to east and 15 and a half miles from north to south. So it's perfectly symmetrical right now. Well, since we're already at it, we'll go ahead and measure the system in general. So let me zoom out a little bit so you guys can see this. So from the west side of the storm to the east side, this is about 300 miles across. And let's see here, from the north side, or from the south side to the north side, it's a little bit bigger. It's about 325 miles or so. How bad's the damage going to be? It's likely going to be catastrophic, unfortunately. From the mixture of seeing, those winds, which are going to be very significant. We're talking like possibly gusts over 200 miles an hour at landfall. Between that, the amount of rainfall we're going to be getting, there's going to be quite a bit of significant impacts out there, unfortunately. Here, let's go ahead and bring you guys back over here to that rainfall outlook here. So, latest guidance suggests that central Jamaica could see about maybe 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, or 500 to 750 millimeters overall. So, that is a quite significant amount. See, praying for my country, Jamaica. Please be careful out there, my friend. What's up, Max? Good to see you. What's up, CB? Hope you're doing well. What's up, D? Hope you're doing good as well. But anyway, so definitely quite a nasty storm. So the system, it looks like it is starting to do that northerly jog here. What's up, Yakum? Good to see ya. But yeah, we'll go ahead and bring you guys back over here to the close view real quickly so you guys can see the eye there. So that is the system. You can actually kind of see the eye is now moving to the north. So that northerly jog has officially already started. The Hurricane Center has the system right now, that central low, down to 909 millibars, which the winds are currently sustained at 175. And like I said, we're likely gusting We're likely gusting upwards of about 220 miles or so. Like I said, there was that report. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's a hoax or whatnot, but I did hear multiple people say that there was a gust of 240 miles an hour in it. I still have yet to verify that. So we'll definitely have to see. I'll definitely keep an eye out there for that. Anyway, so let's hop back over here. We do have some cameras out here. So we'll go ahead and look at them, actually. We'll go ahead and bring up these cams for y'all. So we do have quite a few cameras out here. Can't really see much right now at the current moment. So there's really not, really not a whole lot going on at the moment, at least from what we can see. We do actually finally have our MEDAR data back for the Kingston area. Actually, 30-mile-an-hour winds was just recently reported. Let's see, 30 minutes ago. 27.6-mile-an-hour winds out there. But so we'll definitely be we'll be watching this for a while, y'all. We'll be doing the coverage here tomorrow morning. It looks like landfall is going to be somewhere kind of around the kind of later morning tomorrow. So later tomorrow morning is kind of when we are expecting that landfall to occur. So we'll definitely be watching out for that. But we are expecting that landfall to be at a Category 5 storm. Will likely be gusting about 200. Some of the models and the guidance suggest that there could be some weakening, slight weakening, not much, just before the landfall approach here. Which, right where we're at now, you can see this is the HWRF model, one of the well-known hurricane models, shows that system working its way here to the northeast, eventually making that landfall there on the western side of Jamaica. Then, of course, we can't forget about Cuba either. The system does go through Jamaica. Then it makes a secondary landfall, likely as a Category 3 or maybe even a Cat 4 here in eastern Cuba. Goes off the other side of Cuba, and then it impacts the Bahamas, which we have hurricane warnings for all these areas here. And then, of course, it's not done yet. It continues northeast and could even put Bermuda, under the risk out there for those direct impacts here. So we'll have to see what happens with it. But that's kind of the WRF model run here. Let's peek over to the HMON. Go ahead and bring this down a little bit so you guys can see that. So HMON does have the system maybe weakening a little bit just before landfall, which we hope so. The more the better. That it crosses through, once again hits eastern Cuba, goes over the Bahamas, and then of course works its way out there by possibly Bermuda. There's quite a bit of support that actually suggests the system could actually go out there by Bermuda, possibly a direct impact out there as well, unfortunately. So it's not just going to be Jamaica. They're going to be hit the hardest. Secondary, we have Cuba. Cuba's going to be hit very, very hard as well. Then, of course, the Bahamas, then Bermuda, and so on. So, like I said, it's not just Jamaica that needs to be prepping or needs to be, taking action now. But it's also those other areas as well. What's up, Jerry? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But here's the latest guidance on the flooding aspects here, or the rainfall totals. So, a lot of central Jamaica, we do have about 20 to 30 inches of rainfall here for central Jamaica. Also, a little sliver has been added for the southern side of Cuba here. This is 20 to 30 inches, or 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall out there in the pink. The dark red, this is out here in that 16 to 20 inch margin, or 400 to 500 millimeters of rainfall. Then, of course, the normal red, that's 12 to 16 inches, or 300 to 400. And then, of course, we do have the orange, which is 8 to 12 here. So, Todd says, living in Southwest Florida where Charlie Ian hit. I'm glad it's been quiet so far this year. Yeah, me as well. But it turns out these areas, unfortunately, are not as lucky. Yeah, I'm over here in Polk County, Florida. And, last year we had Milton, which Melissa's Milton's sister. Hard to believe it's already been over a year since that storm even. It's crazy. But yeah, it's been pretty quiet for the States. But Unfortunately, like I said, not so much for Jamaica, unfortunately. Anyways, let's go ahead and check in on the hurricane hunters. Let's see what they're up to. We do have a mission going on right now. This is the Air Force. Let's see. Yeah, so we have one mission going on at the moment. So they did have a flyby here. So they flew into the eye. You can see we had some. It looks like we had about 165 knots, possibly. Here, let me bring this up. I'm gonna have to bring up my conversion here. We'll do knots to miles per hour. So that is, what did I say, about 160 knots? It's about 185 miles an hour. That can't be right. So that was apparently once they flew on back into the eye wall. Let's see. So it looks like they're getting ready to fly into it again here very soon. I'm not sure which eye wall that was on, but they are definitely getting ready to. Here, let's peek back at the pressure here for a minute. Looks like that pressure was really low. Let's see here. What's up, Slim? Good to see ya. Do I think it'll hit Florida? No, it won't hit Florida. No, the system is going to be well east of Florida. We're not going to have any concern out here. It's going to hit Jamaica dead on. Direct landfall in Jamaica, Cat 5, likely sustained of about 165-ish or so. And then, of course, then it'll make landfall in eastern Cuba, likely as a Category 3, possibly even a Cat 4. You can see here on the forecast, right at the point of landfall, we're going to be sustained of about 130 miles an hour, which that's right at Cat 4. 130 or greater, that's Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. But it's rounding to 125, so it's just only going to be 5 mile an hour short from a Category 4 storm here overall. Then, of course, it'll continue over. It'll weaken as it goes through portions of eastern Cuba, but still remaining a Category 2 once it comes out on the other side. And then it'll be rolling over the Bahamas as a Category 2 storm here. Then, of course, it'll continue northeast. And then, like I said, it'll be approaching out there by Bermuda here. So, anyways. Let's see here. Chris says, hey, Andrew, kind of sad how some of the birds are stuck in the hurricane trying to escape. Any chance those cameras went offline because of the power outages? We'll definitely likely lose these cameras at some point, because of just how extreme those conditions are going to be getting out there. Yeah, we're likely going to be losing those cameras at some point here. Let's see here. But yeah, about the birds, that was terrible. I was actually talking with my mom about that earlier. It's terrible. Yeah, so the winds are so significant that the birds that were inside of the storm cannot escape it. They're literally trapped because the eye wall goes around in a circle, obviously. So they anywhere they go, they can't escape it. They have to. The only way out is up and over, but they can't fly that high, which is sad. Let's see. Funny how the news tells Florida prepare for Melissa. Who's telling Florida to prepare? Yeah, Florida's fine. We're good We're good in Florida here. The only things that I could see being impactful here. Let's bring back up the models real quickly. The only thing I could see that could be a slight concern is probably some big waves. Here, let me bring up the GFS real quickly. I find it funny how GFS still shows that pressure in like the 960s. Even then, you can see these really big waves out here. They're going to be hitting Bermuda for sure. Quite significant, but yeah, even for Florida, they're not that crazy. Yeah, I don't know where you're hearing that from. Not really reliable. Florida's going to be perfectly fine with the system here, so no need to worry. But here's current sat view. I'm going to hop you guys over here for a minute so you guys can see the eye up close. So this is the Beast of Melissa. The eye at this point is perfectly symmetrical. in which you guys can see that there's a lot of lightning activity that is going on inside of the eye, which, like we mentioned, that is a clear sign that the system is still strengthening. Still likely picking up quite a bit of strength here. So definitely a beast, that is for sure. But like I mentioned, it looks like it is already starting to take that northerly, kind of northeasterly push. So I mean, it's already starting here. Hopping back over here, y'all, to the rainfall outlook. So this is once again how much rain we're going to be expecting here. Let me zoom out just a tad so you guys can see this. Maybe you can see both. There we go. So yeah, here's the table on the right side there. So the pink areas, that's where we could be seeing 20 to 30 inches of rain, which is 500 to 750 millimeters. The dark red, 16 to 20. Light red is 12 to 16 inches. Orange, 8 to 12 overall. Let's see here. Perfectly. Yeah, it's like I said, it's perfectly symmetrical. The eye is just absolutely perfect at this point. Here, I'll go ahead and show that again for you guys. If you're just now tuning in, you can see the eyes actually pushing upwards. So it looks like we're starting to get that northerly movement here within that storm, which is, it's definitely really, we're going to zoom back in, definitely really looking like quite a beast. But yeah, you can see those little plus signs in there. Like I mentioned, those are lightning strikes. That is the lightning strikes that satellite imagery is picking up here. And like I mentioned, whenever you see a lot of lightning activity within the eye, that does mean that there is, quite a bit of strengthening, that's likely occurring still within that storm. So, but it's definitely taking that northerly jog here. What's up, Dennis? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good, my friend. All right, one thing I do want to hop you guys over to is the current wind field here. I'm actually going to zoom in again for you guys on this one. So the yellow blob that you see there, that is our tropical storm force wind field. So that is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are at. You can see Jamaica. All of Jamaica is inside of those tropical storm force winds at this point in time. So they're currently being impacted as the system starts to continually, or as it looks like it's starting to pull north now. Once it starts to pull to the north here, that is whenever the conditions are going to just continually start to deteriorate, as those winds will continue to pick up quite a bit. Now, the little red circle you see here, those are the hurricane force winds. Pretty compact, but definitely quite mighty, in which that's where the hurricane force winds are at. You can still see is still a decent ways away from Jamaica. The hurricane force winds are still a good little distance away from Jamaica. But then, of course, the system makes landfall, continues going to the northeast here. You can see we do also have those hurricane warnings in effect here for the red, which is in eastern Cuba. So the red here, this is the hurricane warnings that's in effect there. The blue little lines that you see here, these are all tropical storm warnings, which those extend into Haiti. We also do have the Bahamas here in the hurricane warnings now. They've officially upgraded those to hurricane warnings there for the central and southern Bahamas, as we are definitely going to be getting quite impacted even out here. Not as significant of an impact in the Bahamas as it will be for Jamaica and Cuba, but still we're talking about a Category 2 storm. Making that landfall out there, even in the Bahamas. Like I said, we'll continue to watch, and see what happens for Bermuda. We'll have to watch and see what happens for Bermuda because, it looks like models do want that system to go out there. So, let's see. What's up, Ball? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Lionel says, I'm on the south coast of Jamaica. Gotcha. Be careful, dude. See here, praying for everyone, sending love and prayers from South Wales, UK. Well, good to have you here, Laura. Hope you're doing well. See you. What's up, Studios? What's up, Daniel? Is this still projected to be Jamaica's worst hurricane? Yeah. By far, it'll be Jamaica's worst hurricane. In which it's by a mile. It's crazy. Yeah, this is definitely going to be hitting them pretty hard, unfortunately. Let's see. Hello from Jamaica. What's up, my friend? Please be careful out there. Please be careful. So let's actually take a peek here at the sandwich mode here. Go ahead and show you guys another point of view here, you can actually see that we do still have some pretty good convection going on within some of those middle bands here. So, once again, continually seeing a lot of lightning activity in the eye here as well. Definitely is showing, clear signs of strengthening here. What's up, Beth? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. But like I said, it is definitely starting to take that northerly approach, it looks like. See, I'm in the Montego Bay. No rain yet, but it's windy. Yeah, those conditions will can start to, really deteriorate over the next several hours, unfortunately. Please be careful out there. What's up, Kurt? Good to see you. What time will it make landfall? So there's no specific hour because of, how models, they're not perfect, so I'm not giving a specific hour, but it'll be sometime in the later morning. I'd say probably between 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. or so, Eastern. So it'll be pretty much in the morning time. Let's see. What's up, Rasta? Hope you're doing good. Hunger down Jamaica will be a severe event. Yeah, absolutely, Roadster. Yeah, it's quite a beast of a storm here. We'll go ahead and zoom back in here to the eye for you guys again, so you guys can see it. But yeah, we do have some pretty decent convection still ongoing in some of those middle bands you can see there. Definitely quite a beast of a system. But you can obviously see, if you look closely, you can see that eye is pushing to the north here. Which, it was expected. This is expected. And the landfall point is, at this point in time, probably going to be somewhere along the western or the south side here, probably right around in this area is where that eye will likely make the contact there. Let's see here. Harry says, I'm in Panama City, Florida. Which way is it heading? This is heading northeast. Will not be a problem for Florida at all. Yeah, there's been a lot of people who's been wondering if this is going to be a concern for Florida, but no, Florida will be all right. Let's see here. When will it make landfall in Jamaica? It'll be later morning. Anywhere from like 8 to 11 a.m. or so is pretty much what majority of models kind of suggest here. So, let's see here. What about tornadoes on the island from the storm? So on the eastern side of any tropical cyclone, you have that tornado threat. So there could be some water spouts and some tornadic activity. Absolutely. One of the greatest concerns is, not just the winds, not just the really big wind threat that we do have, but also the also the amount of rainfall we're going to be seeing with the system. A lot of rain with that system. Landslides going to be a huge issue with the storm as well. So we'll definitely have, quite a bit of, significant impacts out there for sure. But anyways, what's up, Starboard? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. But anyways, here, let's go ahead and bring this back over here. Actually, we're going to do simple water vapor. There is a lot of moisture involved in this system here. Yo, It Couldn't Beam coming in with a $10 support. Thank you so much. That is greatly appreciated, my friend. Saying, hi, Andrew. Thank you for helping keep people safe. You're the best. You're the best. Thank you so much, It Couldn't Beam. Thank you for the 10. Like I said, that helps out a ton. Donations definitely help keep us rolling. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Also joining Tropical Storm Team. Man, y'all in chat, please give Couldn't Beam a big thank you for the support. That is greatly appreciated. Thank you. You absolutely rock, my friend. That's really sweet of you. Let's see. Doki says, I'm cooked. Let's see. A small part is going to be my country. Be careful, my friend. Just make sure you're ready. The time is running thin for, preparation times and stuff like that. Just make sure that you are good to go. We'll get through this. What are they expecting with storm surge? So, there is no exact graphic from the Hurricane Center. They don't have any graphics on the surges per se, but they would at least be 10 to 20 foot. In some of those areas. Will hail be a part of the storm? No. Tropical systems are very warm systems, even in the mid to upper levels. they're very, very warm systems, which usually don't hold a hail concern. So no. Let's see here. What's up, Allison? Saying prayers for you, Jamaica, sending love for you all from Trinidad. Good to have you here, Allison. Thanks for joining. Let's see here. What time? So it's going to be kind of the later morning, it looks like. Here, we'll go and bring up the models here with y'all. Take a look at the HWRF here. So HWRF shows that landfall right around 11 a.m. Let's see. HMON shows, right around 11 a.m. as well. HAFSA, about 11 a.m. So, yeah, it's going to be somewhere right around 11 a.m. or so. Let's see. Will Miami get some rain with this? No. The system is going to be well far east of Florida here. Yeah, we're not going to have any impacts for Florida out of the system, so we'll be good. Let's see. 902? Oh, they did just fly in, didn't they? Here, let's take a look at the recon. Let's see here. Pull this up. Whoa, dude. So here's the latest. Yeah, those winds are quite strong. It was about 165 knots or so they found. Wait, let me pull that back up again. — 165 knots would be 190 miles an hour. That is crazy. I mean, there's been multiple fly-ins that they've done. You could see that is equivalent to right about 165 knots or so. Goodness. Is the coast flat, or is there mountains to block the storm surge? So, for the most part, some of these coastal areas, they are relatively flat, but once you go further inland, that's when the mountain ranges really begin. They're not directly on the mountain, from what I know. Especially out there by, like, the Kingston area. It is relatively flat for a little bit, and then it starts to become mountainous. But the problem is that there's going to be... some of the main concerns, is first of all the winds. Yeah, the winds are going to be a really big issue. Also, there is going to be, the excessive amount of rainfall that's going to be falling. There's going to be a lot of flooding, from all that rain, and also landslides are going to be a huge issue. So it's not just the winds that's going to be the big problem. It's also going to be the oversaturation and everything like that, which is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. We'll be coming in areas like Mexico. No, this system will be well far away from you guys out there. Here, let's go ahead and bring this back up here. I'm going to go ahead and actually zoom in here so you guys can see this. So here's the eye of the system. We just measured it not too long ago. We'll go ahead and actually measure it again and show you guys what's going on here. But from the west... to the eastern eye wall, it looks like it's about 16 miles or so from west to east. From north to south, it's about 16 miles as well, looks like. So, yeah, we're about 16 by 16. So, I mean, look at that. I mean, it's literally, like, perfectly symmetrical. I mean, it does not get much more circular than that. I mean, just seeing something like a perfect circle in nature is crazy. That's just quite wild. Let's see here. That's correct. Kingston, Ports, St. Catherine, etc. Low-lying areas, so flooding is a must, as we're already seeing. Yeah. From what I heard, there's already been quite a bit of rain that's already fallen out there, for sure. Yeah, and there's still a whole lot more rainfall expected out here, which we're definitely going to be seeing quite a bit here. Let's see. You can see the pink areas. That's about 20 to 30 inches of rainfall. Then, of course, we have central Jamaica here, too, 20 to 30 inches in that pink area. Also, little sliver in southern Cuba here, too, 20 to 30 inches, or 500 to 750 millimeters of rain. That is ridiculous. Crazy, crazy. And, of course, we do have the dark red, which is 16 to 20 inches. The red is 12 to 16. The orange is 8 to 12. What's up, Susie? Good to see you. Saying, hey, y'all, hit that thumbs up. Thank you. I appreciate it, Susie. Yeah, if you guys are new, consider subscribing so I can keep you guys up to date, man. You know, like I said, we're going to be here for you. We're going to keep you all up to date. Dude, we've been doing so much coverage the last couple days. It's been wild. We've been very active lately. Unfortunately, though, I'm ready for the storm to be over with. I ain't going to lie. I just wish it would just disappear so I can get my my beauty sleep. But yeah, we're gonna be very active for the next several days, because like I mentioned, not only do we have Jamaica that we got to look out for, we also have Cuba that we got to look out for as well, and also we do have the southern Bahamas. And do you think I'm done? No, we're not done, because Bermuda might even have that concern too. So it'll probably be right around a Category 1 by the time it approaches out there by Bermuda. It'll probably be about like Category 2 as it approaches the Bahamas. That's what the Hurricane Center has. Has this at about 110, sustained gusting about 130 or so. So, yeah. Be careful, Lionel. Yeah, like I said, guys, if y'all have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. We are here for y'all. We got you. It Couldn't Beam says you're a true blessing, Andrew. You have a really humble soul. Well, thank you. I try to give as much as I can. I really appreciate that, though. Like I said, whenever I can, I will be here to help you guys out. We'll get through this. Like I said, we'll be here to get y'all through this mess. See, the Hurricane Center's really waiting to the last minute to the next update. Seems like they're debating about what it should be. So, whenever it comes to it, like I said, we looked at the hurricane data just a few minutes ago, the Hurricane Hunter data. Looks like they have about 160 to 165 knots that they found. Not just once, not just on the recent fly through, but also before as well. It was about 165. So if that's the case, that would mean the storm's about 190 sustained, which I don't know. We'll see what they do. Do I work for a company? This is my own company. Literally just, I do YouTube for a living, which I've been trying to get going here to help y'all out as much as I can. See, your family got out of the Turks and Caicos today. Good. Good. I'm glad to see that they made it out good. But anyways, yeah, here's the storm, y'all. We're going to go ahead and zoom in on the eye so you guys can see that here. Here, let's actually go ahead and bring up the sandwich view. So if you look at it closely, you can see that it is starting to definitely move northward. We definitely do have a lot of that northerly movement kicking off here. You can see all those little plus signs like we mentioned. That's a lot of lightning activity. It seems like there's an excessive amount, mostly in that northwestern northwestern eye wall. So yeah, definitely pretty nasty. I mean, you can see it's like I said, it's literally perfectly like symmetrical. I mean, we just measured it 16 miles by 16 miles across, but it looks like it has started that northerly movement. But I mean, it's still barely moving. I mean, the system is like just barely moving. What's up, Blessings? Good to see you, my friend. Let's see here. What's up, Meg? Hope you're doing well. But anyways. But yeah, you guys just please be careful here. Let's hop back over here to the flooding risk here. So this is the latest guidance here from the Weather Prediction Center. So you can see we do have central Jamaica. We do have southern Cuba. This is in a range of 20 to 30 inches of rainfall. See 500 to 750 millimeters. We do have the darker red 16 to 20 inch zone, which is 400 to 500 millimeters. the red 12 to 16. I did that again. 12 to 16 inches, and the orange is 8 to 12. Let's see here. Susie says, I always come here for the big weather reports. Well, thank you, Susie. Appreciate your support. Let's see, poor Jamaica left be difficult out there for a while. Yeah, unfortunately, and like I mentioned, by the point now, hopefully everybody's prepared for the system. These areas are going to be without power for a long time. What if it stalls out just before it gets there? Will it lose strength? So it's not gonna stall out because it's starting to get influenced by that frontal system, which is actually starting to drag it to the north. So, yeah, it's actually the system is just going to start picking up speed to the north. It's not going to slow down anymore. I mean, it really can't slow down much more than it is right now, which is pretty wild. Let's see here. What's up, Monster? Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. But hopping you guys over here now for a minute. I do want to go ahead and show you guys this. So this right here, I'm going to hop over here for a minute. So this is the current tropical storm force winds. So the area here in the yellow, that's where the estimated tropical storm force winds are right now. And you can see that Jamaica, yeah, I mean, they're kind of completely engulfed here in that. And, of course, we do have a little tiny little hurricane force winds here in the red. So, yeah, definitely the hurricane force winds are still a little bit of a ways away. But, as the system does get closer, that will continue to, deteriorate. The conditions will continue to rapidly deteriorate. Let's see here. Robbie says, is it a low-pressure front? Well, there's a low-pressure system working its way off the mid-Atlantic, or the southern mid-Atlantic, which is going to be creating an area of low. With a trailing cold front, which the system is going to start to kind of be pulled to the north in the warm sector of that frontal system. Will it make it to the U.S.? No. This is not going to be a problem for the United States. So the U.S. is fine, but like I mentioned, the areas that's going to be really impacted out here is going to be Jamaica, Cuba, the Bahamas, and Bermuda as well. We do have quite a bit of impacts out there expected. And, like I mentioned, Bermuda, we could be, having some hurricane impacts as well at some point. See here, families in Jamaica. I'm worried about the magnitude of Melissa. Well, I hope that everything will go all right. Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite a strong storm, but I'm sure they'll get through it. See, I'm from Jamaica. The last time hurricane touched land, people are recovering, so hopefully it makes it out because it's supposed to hit Cat 5. Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean it's at this point in time. I mean there's really no way the system's going to be missing Jamaica. I mean they're already starting to get those tropical storm force winds we talked about here. Conditions are already starting to kick off. Let's see. Robbie, no, because Jamaica has a lot of mountainous regions. I mean, there will be some areas underwater from the storm surges and stuff like that, yeah, and all the rain that we're going to be getting, but not the whole island, no, because the mountain or the Jamaica is very mountainous. There is a lot of pretty high elevations in Jamaica, and yeah, the water's not going to get all the way up that high. What I do recommend, though. If you guys are at the coastal areas, I mean, if you can, it's still, I mean, we still have a little bit of time before the big stuff really comes in, but we're kind of running out of time here. But what I would recommend is that, here, we're going to zoom in again so you guys can see this. If you're on the coastal areas, you need to go further inland. You do not want to be on the coast during the storm here. Also the valleys, get out of the valleys as well. Honestly, the best place to be in Jamaica would be an upper elevation with, a concrete structure. And like I said, landslides also going to be a bit of an issue too. It's pretty dangerous regardless. So, just please be careful out there, y'all. What's up, Scott? Good to see ya. Let's see here. Robbie, it's not going to hit Florida. Did the storm come yet? Not yet. Yeah, so not quite yet, but it is on its way for sure. What's up, Roby? Good to see you. Here's the current sat view. So there's Jamaica right there. You guys can see. And the system is starting to pull to the north here overall. It's definitely starting that northerly push. Still got, like we mentioned, quite a bit of lightning activity here going on in the eye there. So, right on the eye wall there, that's telling us the system's still picking up quite a bit of strength. Let's see. Kelly, no, it's not going to hit the United States at all. Yeah, guys, this storm is not going to hit the United States. Why is the hurricane moving super slow? So it's moving pretty slow because it was just kind of pushed. It's starting to be pushed by a frontal system. So the system was working its way to the west here before. The front's coming from the east. And so the front's kind of pushing it back a little bit, which is causing it to slow down even more. But then here soon it's going to start to pick up some strength, pick up some forward motion to the north. Because it's getting caught up in that warm sector of the cold front. Scott says, do they expect Cat 5 at landfall? Yes. Yes, we are going to be having a Category 5 at landfall. We're going to be sustained right around 160, 165 at landfall is what's projected. We're going to be gusting right around 200 miles an hour or so, possibly. So, let's see. What would the wave heights be right around the eye wall? Good question. So, some of the models were projecting about 20, 30 foot or more. Let's see. It's coming in as a beast. It really is. Yeah, quite a nasty little storm. But like I mentioned, once again, you guys, it's not just Jamaica. We also got to watch out for everybody here in, Cuba as well. Eastern Cuba. We got to really look out for. Also the Bahamas. And of course, we'll continue to go to the northeast, in which we'll also be having some impacts here in Bermuda as well. So we'll definitely be looking out for that. But yeah, so it'll probably be right around Category 1 or so by the time it kind of approaches out there by Bermuda. Hurricane Center still has it just before it approaches Bermuda at around 85 sustained, gusting about 105 or so. And that'll be there for it'll be approaching Bermuda for early Halloween. Let's see. 175 mile an hour winds for Melissa. Yeah, right now it is. Let's hop back to the Hurricane Center's main page here. I'm sure they're getting all kinds of traffic right now. Ooh, pressure dropped again. Yep. So now it's moving northeast here. Let me zoom in so you guys can see this. Here we go. That's Sonia. Here we go. Melissa. So here's the latest credentials on the storm. You can see that it's moving northeast now at 2 miles an hour. Pressure is down to 903. Yikes. That's dropped quite a bit. 175 mile an hour max sustained. Like I said, we're probably gusting about 200 and upwards of 220 or so right now. Is this hurricane the strongest on record? No. It is not the strongest hurricane ever. That was, I think the strongest winds out of a hurricane was Hurricane Patricia. I think it had 215 mile an hour sustained, very compact system. The lowest pressure was Typhoon Tip, 970 millibars, I think it was. But for Jamaica, yes, this is the strongest storm that Jamaica's ever seen on record. What's up, Nicholas? Good to see you. Ball, absolutely, for sure. Let's see here. But yeah, so once again, as the system continues to push to the northeast, I mean, it looks like some of the models do expect the system to maybe drop a little bit in strength here. We'll have to see. what happens. But yeah, models they do kind of suggest it maybe losing a little bit of strength just before that landfall point. What time will it hit landfall? So it looks like it's gonna be right around 11 a.m. or so, roughly. Take that with a grain of salt. It could be a little before, a little after, but it'll be somewhere right around 11 a.m. Eastern, which I believe. Let me look at see what time Jamaica is right now. Y'all, actually, I could probably just tell you guys. What time is it for y'all in Jamaica right now? I don't remember if you guys are Eastern time or if you guys are an hour ahead of us. What are the orange circles? Those are MEDAR datas. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I was thinking of another program I use. No, these are actually little cameras here, which there's really not a whole lot happening right now. Here, we'll zoom that in a little bit for you guys. So this is out to the west. You can just see a bit of rain. What's up, Quack Attack? Good to see ya. We'll see. Is this expected to hit Florida's coast? No. Nah, this is, like I said, this is not going to be a problem for anywhere in the United States, y'all. We'll be good. Okay, so it's 10 o'clock. 10, 11. Okay. So, yeah, you guys are actually... Wow, that's weird. You guys are actually below us a little bit. So it's 11 here, so it's 10 for you guys, right? Okay, so you guys are an hour behind me. Cool. So, that means it'll be... right around 10 o'clock or so? Right around 10 o'clock or so for landfall. But remember, that could oscillate. Either a little more or a little less. Thank you guys, by the way, for giving me the time. Yeah, like I said, I'm not too familiar with y'all's time zone, so I wasn't sure if you guys were behind or not. But anyways, so let's hop back over here, you guys. We're gonna take a peek here back at the rainfall totals here. Definitely gonna be seeing quite a bit of rain out there. So Jamaica, we do have for central Jamaica, we do have that pink area where we could be seeing 20 to 30 inches worth of rainfall, which is 500 to 750 millimeters of rain. Also, we do have a new area, like we mentioned, in southern Cuba, where we could be seeing that as well, about 20 to 30 inches or so. And of course, across the dark red, this is that 16 to 20 inch zone. The red, this is that 12 to 16 inch zone. The orange, 8 to 12. The kind of darker yellow, 6 to 8 inches or so. Let's see. Tom says, what's the difference between the max sustain and gusting? That is a really good question, Tom. So max sustain is what the winds are constantly blowing at in the center. So that's where the strongest of the storms are, is on the eye wall, so the outer rim of the eye. So right in here, this is where the strongest winds are going to be at. So sustain means constant. So pretty much just constant winds at that mile an hour. When gusts is higher winds. So gusts, you can have like a brief period of time in which you do have winds that exceed the sustained. So where they're greater for a short period of time. So like, say it's sustained right now at 175. So that means it's constant winds blowing at 175 in the eye. And whenever it comes to the gust, we're gusting well over 200 at this point in time. Does that make sense? Hopefully, I'm not the best teacher out there, but hopefully that kind of does make some sense there. But anyways, here let's hop back in here. We'll go and take a closer look at the eye for you guys here. So here is here's the infrared view. You guys can see system is starting to do that northerly push here. As you can kind of see, the eye is starting to work its way to the north. Right now, we do have quite a bit of lightning activity, in the eye, around the eye, which, like we mentioned, that means that system is still, kicking, essentially. It's still definitely picking up some strength, more than likely. So I mean, the pressure has dropped quite a bit since the last assessment. You know, they had the pressure down to, I think it was 90. Was it 909? Yeah, 909 millibars. Now we're down to 903 millibars. So we're almost into a pressure of the 800 range, which it's not very common. Not very common. And you know, like I said, this is definitely going to be the most significant storm to have ever hit Jamaica. All right, so let's zoom out again so you guys can see this here. So this is the overall view you guys can see. So, like I mentioned, we are starting to get that northerly push. Here's Jamaica. You guys can see right there. So that's Jamaica. System is starting to work its way closer to Jamaica. So, you know, from here on out, the systems will, or the conditions will continue to rapidly deteriorate out there. Let's see here. What causes a hurricane to form? So basically, you have a grouping of thunderstorms. You know, a bunch of disorganized thunderstorms that roll their way over the warm area of water into a little to no shearless environment. So there's little to no winds blowing in, you know, the lower to upper atmosphere. Very calm. You want the conditions to be very calm. And then, of course, you know, really warm waters, and you need a lot of moisture. So there needs to be a lot of moisture in the area for these storms to pop off. But anyways, but yeah, so that's that, y'all. That's the infrared view that we have. Here's the water vapor scan. You guys can see. I mean, it's just absolutely wild looking. You guys can see that we do have you know, that perfectly symmetrical eye there. Just an absolute beast of a storm. I mean, there's plentiful amounts of moisture. If there was a dry area, it would be dark, in which you can see there's really not much dark on here. There's plentiful amounts of moisture. System is definitely in one of the best environments that a storm could be in. You know, because if you have an environment where there's a lot of really warm waters, a lot of moisture, and little to no winds pushing against the storm, that is the perfect ground for these storms to intensify. So, like I mentioned, I mean, it doesn't really get much better of an environment for a hurricane to develop in than this, unfortunately. So, yeah, definitely is quite crazy. Let's see here. All of Jamaica's 3 airports are now shut down. There's no flights going in and out of Jamaica. Yeah. So, unfortunately, like I mentioned, guys, I mean, if you have to ride it out, if you guys can, leave the coastal areas. Like I mentioned, you do not want to be in the coastal regions, you know, during the storm here, because, you know, those big impacts, you know, storm surges and all that, you know, big concern. You know, the winds are going to be the strongest there for some of those coastal areas. Also the valleys. Get out of the valleys. You know, being in the valleys, there's going to be a lot of water, a lot of rain that's going to be falling, and all that's going to be running down the valleys. So that's going to be a really big concern. So get out of the valleys. The best place to be, honestly, would be in a region where you're in a higher elevation, away from the coast, and you have a concrete structure. That is like the best place that you guys can be in. So if you're not, you know, if you're along the coast, you need to go further inland, because, you know, you do not want to ride this out on the coastal areas. All right, so let's take a peek at this real quickly, y'all. This is the current. So we're gonna go zoom in here a little bit for you guys. So this is the current tropical storm force wind field right now. So the yellow blob that you see here, this is where the tropical storm force winds are currently estimated to be. And you can see Jamaica is right in that area. Now we do have the little this little red circle that you see here. This is where the hurricane force winds are estimated to be at, in which you can see those are still south of Jamaica. So the hurricane force winds have not approached yet. Those are going to really start to, those are going to start to approach for the later portion, for the later morning, essentially. So, like we mentioned, landfall is going to be right around like 10 a.m. or so overall. So, I mean, like I mentioned, it could be a little later, it could be a little earlier. It just depends. We do have some cameras out here we can peek at every once in a while, but there's just really not a whole lot to really see at the current moment. We got a lot of people watching these cameras, though. We got over 100 people on the cams, which is pretty crazy. But we do have some cameras. Let's see, Kingston. We'll look at that area right now. Yeah, it doesn't look very crazy right now, but it'll continue. Here's some more cameras. Yeah, not much to see right now. What's up, Dave? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. What's up, NS4? Hope you're doing good as well. All right, let's hop back over here. We're going to take a look here. Back at the hurricane. Let's see here. Back at the total rainfall from the hurricane here. So, like I mentioned, the pink areas here, these are where the worst amounts of rain is going to be. This is where we're going to be seeing 20 to 30 inches of rainfall. Or that is equivalent to 500 to 750 millimeters. I think a lot of you guys use millimeters, right? Y'all out in Jamaica, do you guys use millimeters over inches? I'm pretty sure it's mostly just the U.S. that uses inches. But yeah, we're going to be talking about 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall out there in the pink. So the darker red, that is that 16 to 20 inch margin, which that would put us about 400 to 500 millimeters of rainfall. The red, so the normal shade of red here, 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400 millimeters. Then the orange, 8 to 12, which that's going to be 200 to 300 millimeters overall. So definitely quite a bit of rainfall. And of course, a lot of that heavy rain will lead its way into the southern Bahamas as well. So we'll have to watch those areas out as well. But honestly, that is kind of a lower confidence zone here for the Bahamas, because there still is a lot of things that could change between now and then. But for Cuba and Jamaica, the totals are pretty much locked in. You guys use both? Okay. Gotcha. Well, I'll still list out both of them, just in case if somebody only uses one over the other. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know. All right, let's get a closer view back on the eye here again. We're gonna do the zoomed in view. So this is our water vapor scan. You can see, perfect circle. Definitely quite nasty here. You can see once again all those little plus signs inside of here. That is the all the lightning activity still going on in the eye, which like we mentioned here. Whenever you see a lot of lightning activity in the eye, that means that the system is quite strong and is also likely strengthening whenever you see a lot of excessive lightning in the eye. So that is once again, a clear indicator that the system is strengthening. Not to mention, between the last two assessments from the Hurricane Center, we had the central low pressure. It was down to 909 millibars. And now the pressure is down to 903 millibars. So the pressure has continually dropped. And like I mentioned, at this rate, we're getting close to the point where we're going to be almost pretty close to the 800 millibar range, which, like I mentioned, that's not very common. You don't see that very much, which is pretty crazy. But anyway, so let's go ahead and hop our way over here back. Actually, I want to take a look at the hurricane hunters. Let's see what they're up to now. Looks like they're over West Jamaica right now. See a little airplane icon there. So yeah, it looks like they're over by there. Let's see. Do we have any other missions going on? No, we only have the one mission going on right now. Yeah, they're flying right next to Jamaica right now. But, like I said, what's crazy is that the last 2 times that they pierced through the eye here, we had winds of about 160 to 165 knots. What part of the island will the storm surge be the worst? On the southern side. That is where some of the worst of the surges is going to be felt. Let me go ahead and bring you guys back over here. So, yeah, some of the heaviest of the surges is typically on the right-hand side of the system, because you got to think, storm here is spinning counterclockwise, right? So all this water, all this wind is pushing to the north on the eastern side, in which that is going to push all that water inland. So it's going to be on the eastern side is where the heaviest is going to be felt. Let's see here. Let's see. Monster says, how bad of a situation is Kingston with the elevation? So Kingston's definitely still going to get significantly impacted by this storm. Given that it's a bay, a lot of the water is going to be rushing into, the Kingston area for sure. Let me actually bring up something here. I do want to take a moment to hop you guys over here real quickly. We'll actually look at the winds here. See, we'll bring up the GFS. Surface. And we'll do max accumulated wind gusts. Here we go. Honestly, we should probably use the hurricane models. Yeah, let's do the HWRF here. Surface, 10 meter wind speed. Here we go. So it looks like, according to the HWRF, the winds out there. So this is not gusts, by the way. This is like sustained winds. Shows about 50 miles an hour out there by Kingston. But at the point of landfall here, you could see that we'll definitely. This is also just one model, by the way. It does show a lot of really, really strong winds of. It's just showing about 130 or so. But remember, the storm, it does have 175 sustained towards the eye wall. So this yellow area that you see, this is where we have some of the strongest winds within that storm there. Let's see here. Will the storm surge be bad in the Montego Bay area? Yeah, so on the backside, once that system does pull to the north here, we're going to start to get a lot of that surge from the left-hand side of the system, more than likely, to really bring a lot of water out there. Can you tell me about the Ocho Rios area? Yeah, let me figure out where that's at first, and then I will happily look for you. Okay, so this is up towards the north. Gotcha. So yeah, this area here, we're going to be definitely getting quite a bit of impacts. It's not going to be as strong as it approaches for you as it will be for the southern coast. That's where the heaviest of those impacts are going to be, but still going to be quite significant out there. So it looks like some of the models, like the HWRF here, suggests that we could see about 50 mile an hour sustained. We'll be gusting, likely into hurricane force and stuff. Let me try the HAFS. Actually, we'll do HAFSA. Actually, no, we'll do HMON here. Yeah, so HMON doesn't show as significant winds for you, per se. There you go. I'll make that a little bit bigger so you guys can see that a little bit better. Do I know about what time it'll get there? So landfall is going to be sometime right around like 10 a.m. or so, roughly. So remember, it could be a little later, it could be a little before. It just depends. What's up, Island Pathway? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, we're going to be seeing quite a bit. Yeah, some of the heaviest of the winds, though, are going to be felt on like the southwestern side of Jamaica here. All right, let's hop back to Sat View. We'll go and show you guys what she's doing right now. What about Kingston with the winds? So you guys are probably going to be see about 50 to 60 mile an hour sustained winds. You'll likely still potentially see some gusts upwards of hurricane force. But like I said, it could be a whole lot worse for Kingston. However, like we mentioned, it's there's still going to be a lot of surges and stuff out there as well. Unfortunately, I do not have a map to show you the surges because Hurricane Center does not put out that graphic, sadly, unless it's U.S. territory, from what I've seen. So here's a little bit of a closer-up eye view. We'll actually look at the clean infrared view so you guys can see this. But yeah, I mean, system obviously at this point in time is moving to the north. You guys can see. So I mean, it's definitely starting to move. What's up, Suzanne? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. What's the current time there? Apparently it's 10:30. Apparently it's 10:30. Yeah, everybody's saying it's an hour behind us. So there's the eye. Once again, we have a lot of lightning activity there. You guys can see those little flashes there. So those are all lightning detections there, which, once again, lightning in the eye means that there is a lot of, or possibly some strengthening still going on there. Yeah, whenever you see that, it means it's quite a beast. All right, let's hop back over here, y'all, to the rainfall forecast here. I'm actually gonna leave the camera off. I feel like it takes up more room, honestly. So we have central Jamaica, 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, 500 to 750 millimeters of rain there in the pink areas, which, that includes partially some of southern Cuba and central Jamaica. Then, of course, we have the darker red areas here, that 16 to 20 inch margin. The normal red's 12 to 16 inches, the orange 8 to 12 inches. You guys can see the equivalents of millimeters on the right-hand side there. Let's see here. It's because Jamaica doesn't change time for winter. So they don't do daylight savings, do they? Gotcha. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, we need to get rid of daylight savings here. It sucks. Anyway, so hopping back, we'll actually zoom in here for you guys again with this. So this is the estimated tropical storm force winds here in the yellow. So that is where the estimated tropical storm force winds between 39 to 74 miles an hour are at. Is here in that yellow area. Then, of course, we do have the little red circle there. That is the estimated hurricane force winds. Let's see here. Is Hurricane Melissa hitting the Turks and Calicos now? Or is it Caicos? I call it. I say Calicos. Aren't you guys down here? Here, let me be sure. I need to bring it up here. We'll bring up the Turks and. Yeah, I mean, you guys are in the. Yeah, I was right. Okay. Yeah, you guys are in the hurricane warning. So hurricane conditions is. There you go. Hurricane conditions is imminent. But right now, no. You can see, so you guys are over here. The hurricane's still a little ways away, but there is hurricane warnings in place, which is saying, hey, hurricane conditions will occur. They are expected. So, let's see here. Why aren't we all talking about this? Yeah, I mean, we really need to get the word out there, and that's what I'm here for. I'm here to. Help spread the awareness, help get the info out there to people. By the way, I mean, if you guys could, please consider sharing this, to your friends, your family. I mean, even put it on your Facebook feed, whatever, just to help kind of boost it. That way we can help out as many people as possible. I mean, it could really go a long way if we could help distribute this. And like I said, we'll be here to keep you guys informed. I mean, I'll be live a lot over the next several days. I mean, covering this system not just for Jamaica but also for Cuba, for the Bahamas, for Bermuda. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of areas that's going to be impacted by the storm here. So, but we'll be here for you guys. Like I said, I know it's scary. I know it's a lot, but we'll get through this. It'll be all right. It's just it's pretty rough. So hopping back over here, so we can see the red areas here. These are all hurricane warnings in effect. So you can see that we obviously have one for Jamaica, eastern Cuba. We also have hurricane warnings in effect for the central and southern Bahamas. So the red areas, those are all hurricane warnings. So the system is going to just go right between these areas here, causing hurricane conditions for all of those areas. We do have tropical storm warnings in effect for Haiti too, so they're going to be dealing with some tropical storm conditions out there. So we can't forget about Haiti either. Even the Dominican Republic, seeing a lot of rainfall out there. Here, let's bring you guys back over here. Quite a bit of rainfall even for the Dominican Republic. I mean, they've already seen quite a bit too, but they're still in the forecast of 6 to 8 inches, or 150 to 200 millimeters. What's up, Stephanie? Good to see you. Let's see here. Thank you so much. I feel very nervous. The majority of my family is in Jamaica. Oh, I wish the best for them. I'm sure everything will be all right. Like I said, we'll get through it. I know it's quite a nasty storm, but we'll get through this, y'all. We'll get through it. Just hang in there. It'll be over before you know it. Let's see here. Will it go anywhere near Florida? No, this is not going to cause any problems for the United States. So Florida's going to be perfectly fine. We do have this low here. We do have this area of low that's working its way off the southeastern United States. There's a cold front that's trailing from it, which is actually steering the system to the north. Why hasn't it hit yet? It's because it's moving very slow. It's a very, very slow moving storm. Right now it's only moving 2 miles an hour. Here, let's bring back up that. There you go. You guys can see. I'll even zoom in again for you guys. So it's moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. And max sustained winds right now are at 175. What's up, Urban? Good to see you. Saying hi from Phoenix. Praying for Jamaica. Absolutely. Good to have you here, my friend. Let's see, the eye. And the eye wall is stunningly smooth. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty solid. Very symmetrical. Here, we'll go ahead and show you guys a closer view of that. Yeah, you guys can see definitely pretty circular. Still getting some lightning detections in the eye, which like we mentioned before. I mean, that's a sign that the system is still, either really sustaining itself or it's possibly even strengthening still. Which, I mean, given the latest data that we've gotten, I would not be surprised if the system is still strengthening at this point. Yeah, let's check up on the hurricane hunters. Looks like they're probably getting ready to fly back into... Yep, they sure are. I could tell by the data, but without even looking at the map. Just seeing those winds start to ramp up. So, yeah, there's the eye right here. You guys can see. So they're flying from the north. They're doing a direct dive into the system here. They're probably in the eye right now. Let's see, that pressure is down to 903 millibars, which has dropped a lot. Has dropped quite a bit. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on them. We'll see what happens with that. They're the only mission we have going on right now. There's only that one mission happening. Here's the CO2 image. You know, like we mentioned here, I mean, there's just this is just really the perfect environment for the storm. Here's the water vapor scan. You can see the all that white. That's just tons of moisture. You know, the system is just in the perfect environment for development here. I mean, like I said, a little to no wind shear environment with, you know, really, really warm sea surface temperatures and plentiful amount of moisture. Did the hurricane hunters fly out of Lakeland? These are the the Air Force hurricane hunters. No, they flew out of, where'd they fly out of? What is those islands here? Where did they fly out of? I think they flew out of Carousel. Could be wrong. They did not fly out of Lakeland, no, I don't think. Yeah, they came from the west. The previous NOAA hurricane hunters, they did though. On the last mission, they flew from Lakeland. Let's see. What's up, useless name? Hope you're doing good. Oh, uselessness name. Hope you're doing all right. What's up, story? See, 903 millibars. Yeah, definitely quite low. Let's see here. Monster, thank you so much for sending 2 floating hearts for 10 joules. I still need to get used to that. So thank you so much, Monster. I really appreciate the support. Like I said, thank you for the people who have donated to us. You know, it helps keep us running. We couldn't do it without y'all's support. So I just want to say thank you for the people who have super chatted and stuff like that. Just, it means a lot, helps out a ton. But thank you, Monster. I really appreciate it. And it couldn't beam. Thank you, guys. What's up, Rebecca? All right, so let's hop back to rainfall totals. Arguably one of the most significant concerns for Jamaica. So we do have the pink areas here, which, you know, once again, that represents the area where we could see 20 to 30 inches of rain. Which we have those 2 areas. We have the one in southern Cuba, and then, of course, the one for central Jamaica. We're talking 500 to 750 millimeters of rain in the pink areas. The dark red, 16 to 20 inches, 400 to 500 millimeters. And then the red, 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400 millimeters. And then, of course, the orange is 8 to 12, 200 to 300 millimeters. So, a lot of rain, you know, not just for Jamaica, but also for Cuba. Those totals have indeed gone up quite a bit. What's up, Vandal? Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. But yeah, I wanted to mention that with y'all. Here, we're going to zoom back in on the eye here so you guys can see it. I mean, it's... Here, let me refresh the page. Apparently it wasn't loading there. There we go. Yeah, you can see if you look closely. So this is north. The top, up top. I can't even English. Up top is north. Down below is south. To the right is east, and to the left is west. So you can see if you pinpoint the first frame, the storm's moving northeast. You can see over the last couple of frames here. So it's moving northeast, and you know, it's on track. That's, you know, kind of what it was expected to do. That frontal system appears to be starting to influence the storm and its movement. So it's already starting its pull towards Jamaica. Let's see here. Zahir? Is that how you say your name? Could be saying that wrong. I'm sorry. See, I have to go, y'all, but tomorrow I will stop and give updates. Sounds good. Be careful, my friend. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. You know, not just for you, but for everybody. We're here for you guys. You know, like I said, we care about y'all. We want to keep you guys safe and weather aware. Let's see here. Will it speed up after landfall? Continue to move slow. It'll speed up a little bit. It won't be moving as slow as it is now. Right now, it's kind of at its slowest period that it'll ever be. But it should start to increase in speed here pretty soon. Let's see here. I know waiting on a hurricane is stressful. I pray people have comforting foods. Yeah, hopefully, like I mentioned, everybody has food and water. Which, I mean, we had a while to prepare, thankfully. So, let's see. Do I do other weathers like bad cold storms? Naturally, yeah. So we cover severe weather. We cover winter weather. We cover hurricanes. We cover everything. We cover the main 48 U.S. states and the Atlantic Basin during the hurricane season. So don't really cover Alaska or Hawaii that much. Sometimes we'll talk about the Pacific, but mostly the Atlantic. See, that's got to be the most circular eye I've ever seen. Yeah, it's pretty symmetrical. I mean, it's crazy. So here's the cone, y'all. Once again, for the people who's wondering, I've had a lot of people ask me today if this is going to be a problem for the United States. No, it is not. It is not going to be a problem for the U.S. The system will be well east of the United States. No, it will not impact Florida. The main areas impacted, of course, is Jamaica, Cuba, Bahamas, Haiti, and Bermuda will be the most impacted. Now, like I mentioned, Bermuda right now, there's no watches or any warnings in effect right now. However, I do need my folks in Bermuda to start preparing, start getting ready for the system because, more than likely that system will go out there. It's still unknown what the exact impacts, if it's going to be direct hurricane impacts or if it's just going to be like maybe sideswipe tropical storm impacts. But I will mention that Bermuda is right in the middle of the cone. So there's Bermuda. Here's the cone. It'll still likely be a Category 1 by the time that the storm does roll through. Let's see. To think we had like 3 Category 5s this season. Yeah, haven't we? Yeah, we've had a couple. The season, it's been pretty quiet. I mean, a lot of it's been pretty inactive. We've had a decent number of storms still. I mean, pretty much nearly a typical season amount of storms, but there just hasn't been any that's been super significant. The U.S. has had like no impacts from tropical weather, which is kind of unusual. But Melissa kind of changing up the game here. The late season storm. This one is a really good shot at being the most impactful storm of the year. Let's see here. Entertainer says, so we have a full 24 hours before it. No, we're less than 24 hours from landfall now. So landfall is going to be about probably 12 hours or so from now. What's the pressure the plane just went through? Well, let's take a peek. Let's see. Hop back over to the Hurricane Hunters. Let's see what we're dealing with now. By the way, guys, if you're new, consider subscribing, leaving a like. Greatly appreciated. Okay, so they did just fly through. What is the pressure here? Doesn't really show. Ooh. Yeah, the pressure isn't showing for some reason. That's odd. Yeah, I can't give that data right now, but look at that. The winds that they flew through. That was at like 165 knots. Like I said, there's been a lot of flybys suggesting that we're at about 185 to 190 miles an hour. So the system is likely stronger than 175, but Hurricane Center, they did this update at 11 o'clock, setting it to 175, but like I mentioned, there's been a good 3 or 4 passes through the eye that suggested surface winds of about 165 knots. So, I mean, it's probably closer to 180, 185 maybe. It is, regardless, an absolute unit. Let's see here. You think that the Jamaican mainland will push the island? Well, the terrain doesn't usually move the storm. It's the atmospheric environment around the system that moves them. See, 190, isn't that like Dorian speed? I don't remember exactly what Dorian was. One of the hurricane chasers about crashed yesterday. They dropped several thousand feet before recovering. You should pull up the coverage and show it. Wow. That's crazy, Stiff. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know how I'd be able to pull it up right now. What time will it reach Jamaica? What will the wind speeds be? Wind speeds will be likely right around 165 at landfall. So we'll probably be gusting near 200 at landfall. Now, timing is going to be tomorrow morning. So basically like right around 10 a.m. or so roughly. Could be a little before, could be a little after. Let's see. May says, I'll check back later. I have an appointment tomorrow. Take care. Hold on to your loved ones. Absolutely. Well, good to see you, May. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. Hurricane record keeping began in 1851. Yeah, it's been a while, huh? What is that? That'll be... That's crazy. What is it, 175 years, basically? Wow. Yeah, once the satellite era came through, though, you know, in the 50s and 60s, hurricane tracking got a lot better. Mason, thank you. No problem. All right, let's take a peek back over here to the rainfall potential. So, like I mentioned, guys, we're gonna actually zoom in a little bit this time so you guys can see a little closer. So, these areas here in the pink for central Jamaica and for southern Cuba, we have a good 20 to 30 inches more rainfall possible, so that's 500 to 750 millimeters of rain still expected for a little bit of southern Cuba and central Jamaica. The dark red, once again, 16 to 20 inches, 400 to 500 millimeters here in this shade. The normal red, 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400 millimeters of rainfall. This shade of orange, 8 to 12 inches, 200 to 300 millimeters. The darker yellow here, 6 to 8 inches, 150 to 200 millimeters. And then the yellow, 4 to 6, with 100 to 150 millimeters. So that's how much rain is still yet expected. And hopping back over here, we'll take a peek here at the current estimated wind field. So there you go. So there's the yellow there. So that yellow circle that you see, or the yellow oval, that blob. So that's the current estimated tropical storm force wind. So that's where the estimated tropical storm force conditions are at. Which is where we are likely seeing sustained winds of 39 to 74 miles an hour. And then, of course, we have the little red area here, the little red circle. That is where the hurricane conditions are at. So you can see they are still just well southwest of Jamaica. So system is starting to turn to the northeast, though. So that, you know, those hurricane conditions are going to get closer and closer as time goes on. But yeah, so the red, that's where those hurricane force winds are, where 75 mile an hour winds are greater. So that is that. Let's see here. Laurie says, is it anything else for Haiti from it? So yeah, Haiti is under the tropical storm warnings here in the blue. You guys can still see. So we're still expecting some tropical storm conditions. The amount of rainfall out there, you know, we're still expecting quite a bit on the southern coast. We're talking a good, 6 to 8 for this shade here. on the southern coast, and for the lowest part of Haiti, for the the farthest point, that is 8 to 12 inches here, with 200 to 300 millimeters of rainfall overall. So definitely still a lot of rain. I mean, even for them, it's quite a bit. Let's see here. What's up, Scott? Good to see you, my friend. Tom says, is the Treasure Beach area pretty much ground zero? Let me pull up Treasure Beach. I'm not familiar with where that's at, but let's look it up. Let's see. I'll bring it up over here. Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Okay, so yeah, it's over here. Gotcha. Yeah, so the Treasure Beach area is, in the middle of the cone here, so the center of the eye does have potential of making that direct touch. So yeah, I mean, some of the worst conditions will be out there, yes. In terms of surges, in terms of winds and all that stuff, it will, some of the worst will be out there, unfortunately. If you guys are new to the channel, once again, consider subscribing. That way I can keep you guys up to date. Like I mentioned, we're going to be doing a lot of streaming over the next several days like we have been. Like we mentioned, there's just so much going on, man. There's just a lot of activity happening. A lot of impacts with the system. Once again, not just for Jamaica. They're the spotlight right now, but then shortly after, it'll shift over to Cuba. And then, of course, from Cuba, it'll go to the Bahamas. And then from the Bahamas, it'll go to possibly Bermuda. All of those areas are likely going to have some pretty nasty effects from Melissa. So, like I said, we'll be sure to keep you guys in the loop here, okay? Let's see. Epic said, did Recon get 165 knots just from the eye failing? It looks readings about 161. Yeah, I've seen multiple passes show about 160 to 165 knots, yes. If so, that would push us about 185 to 190 miles an hour, which that's pretty wild. Let's see here. Golden says, I'm sure that somebody already asked this, but when does Melissa make landfall? Yeah, so it'll be making landfall right around 10 a.m. roughly. Don't take that time specifically. It'll be a little before or a little after 10 a.m. For you guys. In y'all's time, by the way. Let's see. Your blonde says, I live in the South and affected by hurricanes yearly, but I've never seen an eye like that. It's like a diamond buzz cut blade so sharp. Yeah, for real. Absolutely, yeah. It's definitely got a pretty gnarly looking eye on it. We'll go and zoom in for that for you guys, so you guys can see the eye a little bit closer. I mean, if you look closely, if you put it, if you look at the last few frames, you can see that it is working its way to the northeast. 10 a.m. Eastern time? No, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. local to Jamaica time. It'll be 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock Eastern. Roughly. Remember, it could be a little before, a little after, too, so. Let's see. All right, let's change up the view here a little bit. We're gonna hop back to the clean infrared view so you guys can see that. Once again, you can see that lightning. Ooh, it looks like lightning activity is actually picking up quite a bit in the eye there. You guys see all those plus signs? So those are individual lightning strikes. Let's see here. Golden says, thank you, no problem. See, it's October. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, October is still, a pretty active hurricane season month, but we're kind of late October now, so hurricane season should start to subside a bit, hopefully. We still got about a month left, actually. Hurricane season ends in late November, so we got about one more month. But there is a really good shot that this storm will probably be the most significant storm of the year in the Atlantic Basin. Let's see. I wonder what those gusts are. 100 sustained, or 190 sustained is crazy. Yeah, so we're, like I said, I'm not surprised if we're anywhere from 180 to 190 sustained at this point. Just given recent recon mission data from several fly intos, into the eye. There's been, here I'll go and bring up the data again for you guys. So you can see this blue line that you see here. So that's our surface winds, the SFMR wind speeds. And if you zoom in, I'm going to have to bring this over just a little bit here. But if you look at it closely, you can see. So here's our wind speeds in knots, right? So we're right between 155 and 155, 175. So that's 165 right there in the middle point. So 165 surface peak winds. So if I was to go ahead and do the conversion, 165 knots is equivalent to 190 miles an hour. And like I mentioned, it's not just that one. You can see also on the other time they flew into the eye, I mean, it's right neck and neck. I mean, that's 165 knots. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's a really good chance here. Here, let's actually refresh this. There we go. Got some more data came through. Still about 160 knots. Even then, that's like 185 miles an hour roughly. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy. We are likely well stronger. Let's see here. It's not going to be making landfall in the U.S. No. All right, let's bring up the sat view again for you guys so y'all can look at that while I read some comments here. Let's see here. Just been prepping for 70-mile-an-hour winds in New Zealand. Some of the country hit this week with 100-mile-an-hour winds. Been crazy. Wow. Be careful out there, my friend. Let's see here. Golden says, does the fact that this hurricane is compact mean anything? Are they more or less dangerous? The fact that the storm is small in size makes me think it will hit like a tornado. So, yeah, smaller storms, they usually can achieve higher wind speeds because they take less energy to do so rather than a big system. You know, if you have a big system with a large surface area, it takes a lot of energy to really get those winds up and going. So smaller systems do typically hit pretty harder in terms of winds, like maximum winds. So absolutely, yes. But the fact that the storm is moving pretty slow, it's making those effects pretty prolonged. So that's why it's a big problem. What's the landfall winds likely to be? So likely we're going to see about 165 sustained at landfall, which will be gusting to about 200 miles an hour at landfall is kind of what we're going to be seeing. Let's see here. Cat 5 has how much ground speed? So Category 5 is 157 miles an hour or greater on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Right now the storm is sustained at 175. We're gusting likely to about 210 to 220 or so. There was like I said, I'm not sure if this actually occurred, but there was some reports that in the eye, there was reports that there was 240 mile an hour winds observed. I don't know if it was a gust. I don't know if that was, legit. I've heard it from a couple people, but I don't know if that was 100% true. So don't immediately believe that's 100% true because I'm not entirely sure. 165 sustained. Do people have anywhere safe to go? So hopefully the people who could, evacuated. But like I said, at this point, the planes have been grounded. Nobody's flying anymore out of Jamaica or into Jamaica. Definitely. If you're there, you're there for the storm. Like I said, if you're on the coastal areas, you need to get away from the coast. Being in the coastal areas is a very bad thing. You do not want to be there because that's where the heaviest impacts are going to be. You need to go further inland. Stay out of the valleys. Stay out of the flood-prone areas too, because there's going to be tons of rain falling with the system. But yeah, very important. Stay out of the valleys. And the best place to be in Jamaica would be in an upper elevation, away from the flooding threat, and in a concrete structure. That is like the best place to be during the storm. let's see here. When is landfall? Landfall is going to be, let's see here. Landfall is going to be right around 10 a.m. or so. Bal says, does donating to your Venmo only go to you or for relief efforts only? So it does go to me in order to help keep our programs and stuff running. Helps pay for stuff. So it just helps keep us going. You know, y'all support directly helps us stay up and running. We couldn't do it without y'all support. Let's see here. Pathway. Let's see. How on earth did those hurricane hunters fly through 200-mile-an-hour winds? Blows my mind. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy. You know, those planes are very flexible. I mean, they are amazing feats of engineering for sure. Let's see here. It's got to be the strongest Atlantic basin storm of all time. I don't think so. I don't think it was. It's not the strongest. I know that, but it's making a run for it. It's definitely really, really strong, though. I mean, like I said, we're sustained right now at 175. So the winds right now in the eye are constantly right around 175, gusting to, like we mentioned, probably about 210 or so. So, let's see here. Val says, okay, thank you for cleaning it up. Almost sent 50. Oh, you're good. No, it's all right. Yeah, those the donations do not go for relief efforts. Like I said, it just goes to help us out, and it goes to keep us, up and running. Let's see here. With recon data, it seems like it could end up time with Alan. Here, let's hop back to recon data. Let's see what they've. So it just flew through the eye not long ago. We did have the first flyby at about 165 knots, which is pretty crazy. That's about 190. And of course, the second flyby was about 160 knots or so. Let's see. Pathway says structures could hold past 100-mile-an-hour winds, 175, 230. It's catastrophic. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's why, like we mentioned, it's the best to be in, in those concrete structures if absolutely possible. Stay away from the coastal areas for sure. Stay away from the valleys and the flood-prone areas, and just be sure to. Be in a concrete structure if possible, because that's going to be able to withstand a bit more winds than some of those other areas for sure. Anyways, let's hop back over here to the rainfall totals. So, like we mentioned, we do have central Jamaica here. This is 20 to 30 inches here in that pink area. We also do have a little region there as well in southern Cuba, which we could be seeing 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, which is 500 to 750 millimeters here overall. The dark red, this is 16 to 20 inches overall of rainfall here in the dark red areas. So that is 400 to 500 millimeters. The red is 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400 millimeters. And the orange is 8 to 12, 200 to 300 millimeters. And, of course, the darker yellow, 6 to 8 inches, 150 to 200 millimeters overall. So, let's see here. Pathway says, will Dominican Republic or Cuba? I'm assuming you want to know if they're going to get impacted, too, and the answer is yes. Dominican Republic is expected to get quite a bit of rain out of the system here. For that southwestern south side of Dominican Republic, we could be seeing about 6 to 8 inches or 150 to 200 millimeters of rainfall. So definitely quite a bit. And of course, in terms of Cuba, we're going to have some significant impacts out there as well. We're getting that Category 5 landfall in Jamaica. And in Cuba, we're going to be having the Category 3 landfall at that point. Possibly Cat 4. It just depends on how well it still, how good it still is in shape by the time it gets there. But it'll be right around Category 3. Actually, you know what? The Hurricane Center now has it Cat 4 as it pulls off of Jamaica here. So as it pulls out of Jamaica, it'll still be sustaining about 140 mile an hour winds, and will be gusting still to about 165 or so, which that's crazy, absolutely unbelievable. So here's a bit of a face reveal for the people. I haven't had my face cam on in a few. We did at the beginning of the stream, but let's see, do vertical live. Yeah, we're doing YouTube Shorts for now. Whenever the landfall actually comes, we'll be doing the horizontal stream. What time is it set to make landfall in Jamaica? Right around 10 a.m. Like I said, it could be a little earlier, it could be a little later. What's up, Spook? Good to see ya. Reminds you of Hurricane Dorian in 19. I remember Dorian. Yeah, Dorian was pretty crazy. But anyways, all right, let's hop back over here. Actually, we're going to take a peek at some of these models here. I do want to look back here. I think we have the latest 18 UTC. I don't think we have the 12 yet. Here, let's go to HWRF here. We'll pull up Melissa. See, 10 a.m. my time. 10 a.m. local. All right, so here's the HWRF. So the HWRF model wants that landfall to be somewhere on the western side of Jamaica, out there behind by like Santa Lamar. It's where HWRF wants to landfall. HMON, I believe, is a little further east. Here, let's compare. We'll do HMON. Okay, yeah, so HMON's a little bit further east, out by like, let's see here, White House and Health Hall, I think it is. That's where they want that's where this model wants landfall. So it's likely to make landfall somewhere on that western side there. Let's see. It'll be 7 a.m. for me in Arizona. Just wanted to tune in the news and see it covers. Yeah, we'll be covering it whenever it goes live for sure. Wait, hold on. We'll be covering it whenever it makes landfall for sure, not when it goes live. Storm's not going live. I'm going live. Man, I'm losing it. Similar pressure and wind speed to Andrew. Yeah, Andrew was quite a beast for sure. It's it's pretty similar. Absolutely. Let's see here. I tarped some roofs after Ida. Concrete building at Edge Lockport was busted, shattered by the wind. I don't know how these people will hide from storm. Well, it's definitely gonna be pretty rough. But not everybody's gonna be seeing the maximum winds. Some of these people in eastern Jamaica are gonna be seeing sustained winds of about 50 miles an hour. So out by Kingston, by the Kingston area, we're gonna be seeing sustained winds. Here, let me turn on a light. Make it a little bit better. So we're going to be seeing sustained winds of about 50 miles an hour out by Kingston at the closest approach to the region. Now on the further west side, we're going to be having a lot more stronger winds. Sustained winds of well over 100 miles an hour for some of these areas. And because like I mentioned here, because we have a lot of the winds pointing towards the coastal areas here, that is going to allow for, all that water to kind of just get pushed inland, essentially. What's up, Carl? Good to see ya. But yeah, so we got to watch out for that. The surges are going to be a real big issue. I mean, even out there by like Kingston, a lot of water is going to be going inland, so... we'll definitely keep an eye out there for that. Here, let's hop back to the HWRF here. It's good to compare models. Never good to just look at one. Here is so the HWRF has a system further west. This would be very nasty for the Montego Bay area, showing about right at the point of so about 130. Sustained or so, pointing right at the Montego Bay. Look at that. So can you guys see that all right? Take it you guys can. But definitely seeing quite a bit. Remember, these are sustained. These are not gusts. Gusts are going to be much, much more significant. At this point in time, we'll still likely be gusting Cat 5 strength. Let's see. All right, let's hop actually over here. We'll go ahead and bring y'all back over to sat view real quickly. So this is it right now if y'all are wondering what it looks like. So like I said, it's sustaining right now at 175 mile-an-hour winds. You can see at the top there. So 175 sustained, moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour, and the pressure is now down to 903 millibars. We'll take a look at the hurricane hunters. Let's see what they're up to. I don't know why this is so big here. This this window is massive here. Let's go back here for a minute. Go ahead and refresh. Okay, so it looks like they're going away from the eye. They're in the northeastern side of the storm right now. I don't know if you guys can see it. So there's the eye. It's kind of hard to see by all the wind barbs here, but the eye is right here. That's where the eye is. So the hurricane hunters are up here. They're up in the northeastern side of the system. Yeah, that's the only hurricane hunter aircraft that's in it right now. Let's see. The landslides will be a huge issue. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, with the amount of rain that we're going to be getting, it's going to really saturate the ground. And on top of that, those winds are going to knock over those trees and power lines like easy. So yeah, here's the total rainfall, which you guys can see. I'll actually move it a little bit further so you guys can kind of see the totals on the right-hand side. So, the pink areas here, this is 20 to 30 inches. Southern Cuba also has a little area here too of 20 to 30 inches of rain, 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall. The like I mentioned, the dark red, this is the 16 to 20 inch zone, or 400 to 500 millibar, or not millibars, 400 to 500 millimeters. I don't know why I'm losing it, y'all. So much talk of pressure and stuff, man. All right, let's take a peek back here. Actually, we're gonna zoom into the eye real quickly so you guys can see it up close. So this is it right now. I might have to refresh the page because the storm stopped moving. So there we go. You guys can see the eye there. Let's see here. Andrew was 922 millibars. Was that the lowest that Andrew was 922? Yeah, this one's down to 903. The pressure in this storm right now is just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, definitely pretty wild. But yeah, right now we're sustaining 175. All right, let's check back in with our hurricane hunters. So, yeah, this is the latest bit of data that we have from the hurricane hunters. So they did do the recent flyby into the eye of the storm. Latest data suggested about 160 to 165 knots on both sides of the eye that they passed through the eye wall. You can see the eye, once they were in, the winds completely tanked down to pretty much nothing. And once they hit the eye wall, immediately skyrocketed back up. So, yeah, the eye wall right now, so the worst winds in the storm right now is about 160 to 165, which that's putting the system actually closer to about 180 to 190 sustained right now. Constant. So, I mean, yeah, we're likely gusting well over 220 or so in the storm. And, like I mentioned, there was that unconfirmed thing I heard about possibly the hurricane hunters experiencing a gust of 240 miles an hour. That is, like I said, I don't know for sure if that was true or not, but I've heard it from a couple people saying that it was. So, yeah, that's that. So I still have yet to confirm if that is if that's true or what. By the way, everybody, if you're new to the channel, consider subscribing so I can keep you guys up to date here. with the weather. Like I mentioned, we'll be live a lot. We're going to be covering this like crazy, like we have been for the last couple of days here. We'll keep you guys in the loop here. We'll get you all through this. So here's the HWRF model. This is for southwestern Jamaica, so you guys can see Jamaica here. So southwest Jamaica, according to HWRF, out by like the White House, Black River area, that's where the model is suggesting we could have sustained winds of over 130 miles an hour at landfall here. Remember, the storm right now is sustained at 175 officially. More than likely, we're between 180 to 190 right now because of the consistency and the Hurricane Hunters SFMR surface data that they've been flying through the last 3 times have indicated 160 to 165 knots, which that's equivalent to about 180 to 185 or 190 miles an hour, roughly. So, yeah, that's what we need to wait for officially from the Hurricane Center to see if they eventually say it for sure. But anyways, what's up, Benjamin? Good to see ya. Truth Lover says, "What's up, love weather?" Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll keep you guys updated. Like I said, we're here for y'all. Here's a little bit more of a closer view. You can obviously see the system is now officially moving north for sure. It's tracking north here at 2 miles an hour, north-northeast. I mean, it's barely moving still. I mean, like I mentioned, it's going about as fast as you can walk. I mean, it's very slow. Very, very slow. I mean, you could literally run. You could literally jog and you can outrun the storm. Essentially, that's how slow it's moving. It is a ridiculously slow moving storm. But like I mentioned, you can see all those little plus signs inside of the eye there. Here, I'll move it a little bit more to the center here. So that's each one of those little plus. That's actually lightning detection overall. So the fact that we have a lot of lightning going on in the eye is telling us that there is, likely still a bit of strengthening going on. The pressure, like we mentioned here, the previous assessment from the Hurricane Center, I believe, had it down to, was it 909 millibars, right? 909 millibars. Now, the latest assessment you can see up top there, the pressure is down to, I should say, 903. 903. So, yeah, pressure is definitely continuing to drop. So we are definitely we're getting close to the 800 millibar range, which that's just utterly ridiculous. Like I mentioned, and that's not super common that you see pressure get that low. I mean, it happens. It's happened before. Hurricane Milton last year did it as well. I think it got up into I think it was 898 or something like that for Hurricane Milton. We're not that far. This system right here is literally Milton's sister. Why is it so slow for so long? Good question. So basically, we have a lot of moving parts going on right now. Even though it didn't really seem like it. The system was working westward, right? So it was already moving very slow. The system was moving westward. We have this frontal system that's coming through, and which is actually kind of pushing it backwards. So the system's going this way, the front's kind of pushing some air forward, which is allowing the system to slow down. And ahead of cold fronts, you have the warm sector, which brings a lot of winds to the north. So that's basically allowing the system, once that cold front gets close enough, which it is now, it's starting to be influenced by it, is allowing the system to start changing its direction and pulling to the north. So kind of the north-northeast. So that's why. It's this front system that was coming off the United States that's causing the system to steer. If it wasn't for that system, Jamaica would likely be fine and just dealing with tropical storm conditions. But unfortunately, because of that frontal system, that's throwing Jamaica under the bus, unfortunately. Let's see here. Andrew gave us category 5 at 922 millibars. Gives people ideas. Yeah, that's true. I don't remember. Do you guys remember how wide Andrew was? Speaking of, let's actually go ahead and do our measurements again. We haven't done our measurements here in a little bit. So let's go ahead and do that now. So pulling up the measurement tool here. So from the western eye wall to the easternmost eye wall, we're about 16 miles across. So yeah, 16 miles from the west eye wall to the east eye wall. From the north eye wall to the south eye wall, it looks like it's about 16 and a half, 17 miles or so. So yeah, that's about how wide the eye is. Now from, let's see here, we'll go ahead and remeasure the width here. So the width from the east to the west, this is about, here, let's get a little bit lower here. All right, so it's about 225 miles roughly across, but you still got a lot of heavy convection on the eastern side of the storm here. You know, from up top to bottom, it's, you know, well over 300 miles wide. It's huge, enormous. Truth Lover says thanks. Yeah, no problem. You're very welcome. But yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not a tiny system, but it's not the biggest storm I've seen. But it's a good sized storm. But yeah, that's showing about 17 miles now across from the west to the east eye wall, and about 17 miles across from the north to the south eye wall. Yeah, so I mean, it's about perfectly symmetrical. I mean, it's here. We'll go and zoom in again for you guys. It's perfectly circular, pretty much. Absolutely wild. But like we mentioned, guys, if you're just now tuning in, Hurricane Melissa right now is currently sustaining 175 mile per hour winds, moving to the north-northeast at 2 miles per hour. Central low is down to 903 millibars. However, the hurricane hunters, last several flybys into the eye wall, have revealed that the system likely has about 160 to 165 sustained winds, which pushes the storm strength to about 185 to 190 miles an hour. So that is likely kind of where we're at. So we're likely stronger than 175 at this point. Pressure, honestly, would not be surprised if we're near the 800 millibar range right now. Would not be surprised at all if that was the case. So that is the latest on it. And, you know, like I said, pretty much from here on out, the system is just, or the conditions in Jamaica are just going to start to get worse and worse. They've been, from what it seems, they've been fairly consistent because the system has just been kind of rolling westward, you know, keeping relatively the same impacts for the coastal areas. But now that the system is moving closer to Jamaica, those impacts are only going to increase more and more. What's up, Jason? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But anyways, everybody, if you're new to the channel, consider hitting that like and subscribing. It would be greatly appreciated. If you guys could, please consider sharing this to your friends, your family members, just, you know, anybody put it on your Facebook, whatever. The more that we can help distribute this, the more potential people we can help out. And that's the whole goal here, is to keep everybody prepared and weather aware. Like I said, we're here for you guys. So, yeah, here's the latest rainfall projections here from the Weather Prediction Center. We'll go ahead and actually update the page here. Yep, so we're still in the latest here. Central Jamaica, also a little bit of southeastern Cuba here. We do have the pink areas, which represents 20 to 30 inches of rainfall here, which we're seeing 500 to 750 millimeters equivalent here. The dark red, this is 16 to 20 inches, 400 to 500 millimeters. The red, 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400 millimeters. The orange, 8 to 12 inches, 200 to 300 millimeters. And, of course, then we work our way into the darker yellow, 6 to 8 inches, 150 to 200. The yellow, 4 to 6 inches, 100 to 150. And, of course, the green, the dark green is 2 to 4, and the light green is 1 to 2. I'm sure hoping people got safe a few days ago. Yeah, I mean, we had a couple days to prepare. I mean, we've been letting you guys know about the system for a while, which is why it's very important for you guys, you know, to consider subscribing. That way we can alert you ahead of time, so we can get you guys, you know, and, you know, keep you guys in the loop with everything. You know, we've been tracking this storm for days at this point. I think let's see, when was the first time we started talking about the storm? I mean, it's been a while. Since we first started talking about it. I mean, we've done multiple different live streams here on the system. Yeah, we've been talking about this about a week or so. So, yeah, we've been keeping you guys update for a while. But like we mentioned, all of our eyes are on Jamaica, but we cannot forget the fact that the system is going to cause some catastrophic impacts also for Cuba. Eastern Cuba, we're going to have a direct landfall, likely as a Category 3 storm. We're going to have to see what happens. The system will roll off of Cuba likely as a Category 2. It'll be directly impacting the central and southern Bahamas, direct landfall here for southern, for the southern Bahamas, the Category 2. And like I said, it's not over yet because the system will be working its way out there to Jamaica, or not. I'm sorry. I've been talking about Jamaica so much. I guess everywhere's Jamaica now. Bermuda will be in the range here of, possibly direct impacts as well. Maybe Category 1 strength is what models kind of suggest. No, Jamaica, down here. So you guys are going to get the landfall as a Cat 5. Cuba, possibly even a lower in Cat 4. Sustained winds is going to be right around 125 or so. 130 would push it into... 130 would push it into Category 4 on a Saffir-Simpson scale. So it's either upper in Cat 3, lower in Cat 4 for eastern Cuba landfall. For the southern Bahamas, we're going to be sustained probably a low in Category 2, about 100 sustained, gusting about 120 or so. And then, like we mentioned, for Bermuda, we're going to be about Category 1 or so. And it'll be can't even English anymore. It'll be making that approach to Bermuda right around early Halloween, essentially. Let's see here. I can see that you do love around. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I love Jamaica. I've always wanted to go there. Never been there. Absolutely love it. But like I said, we're here for you. I'm gonna keep you guys up to date with everything. Let's see here. Henry, no, the system is not going to go anywhere near the Gulf, no. Like I mentioned, this is not going anywhere near the Gulf. It's not going to impact anywhere in the United States. The main impacts out of Melissa is going to be Jamaica, eastern Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, mostly with flooding, the Bahamas, and Bermuda. My meteorologist... I have been studying weather for about 9 years. The meteorology degree was too much for me, and I wouldn't even guarantee a position in the weather field. But I have been studying the weather for over 10 years, pretty much, about 10 years or so. So I mean, I know what I'm talking about. It's not like I'm just some random person that doesn't know what they're saying. But no, it was too much. I didn't feel like being over $100,000 in debt for a position that I wasn't even guaranteed to even get. So. That's that. But it's been my number one hobby for years, though. All right, so here's a peek at the storm here, y'all. Like I said, this is the eye. You guys can see perfectly symmetrical. We do have some lightning activity. A lot of it still in the western eye wall there. Definitely, quite a bit of activity. Let's see here. According to recent sounds, it's likely around 180 to 185 sustained. Yeah, we were actually just talking about that long ago from the hurricane hunters flyby in the eye there. Yeah, I mean the last several approaches in the eye wall, they measured about 160 to 165 knots or so, which is that's pushing about 180, 190 or so roughly. So. Well, like I said, we're not going to immediately assume it. We're kind of assuming it, but we're not going to immediately call it until the Hurricane Center does. That's why it's very important. Also, in my forecast, I make sure to get all the information from the Hurricane Center and stuff like that too. Sometimes I add my my own personal opinion on things, but all the data we get from is from the Hurricane Center. In this case, anyways, and also, if it's like thunderstorms or whatever, we get from SPC. Let's see, is it eye wall replacement cycle possible? I mean, it could. It definitely could do an eye wall replacement cycle. That would be kind of the best scenario, honestly. Because the thing about eye wall replacement cycles is it briefly weakens the storm. If it can do such just before landfall, that would be a lot better, actually. It would be. And, like I mentioned before, the way that I like to explain an eye wall replacement cycle to the people who don't know what it is, imagine like a snake how they shed their skin. It's kind of like a hurricane shedding. There's a lot of turbulence inside of tropical cyclones, and sometimes it can get a little messy. So sometimes it gets a little lopsided. It briefly weakens, but the system rapidly gets itself back together. So sometimes you'll see the eye get a little disformed and stuff like that because, like I mentioned, it's very turbulent, both on the horizontal and vertical, axes. It's very turbulent, especially by the eye. There's a lot of vertical wind shear in the eye wall. You got a lot of that inflow. So basically, you have a lot of the air going into the storm in the lower atmosphere. Here's a bit of a fun fact, actually. In the lower side of hurricanes, in the northern hemisphere, they rotate counterclockwise due to the Coriolis effect. Now, we have all of that air that's rushing towards the center, right? Once it gets to the center, the air actually goes up, and it spreads out clockwise. So they vent clockwise. So if you actually look closely... I'm actually going to have to probably restart the satellite view here. It's a little glitchy. But the upper levels actually vent clockwise, and the lower levels, we get a lot of the air going in counterclockwise. Just a little bit of a fun fact for you guys. I don't know if y'all knew that or not. I know some of you guys did, but if you don't, now you do. Let's see here. What's up, Melissa? Oh, we got Melissa in here. Uh-oh. Y'all, Melissa's here. Melissa, you better calm down. Hope you're doing good, Melissa. Not the storm. Carrot says our replacement cycle could happen, but very unlikely the storm's history, considering single attempt has failed because the eyes are strong, breathing so well. You don't know for sure. It could. It could. The reason that I believe it could is because now that there is more, current that's moving the storm, from that frontal system, it could destabilize some things a little bit. Which could briefly throw it off and could cause it to wobble a bit. Why is the hurricane not moving? It is moving, but it's very slow. So the system was going west. The front is starting to interact with the storm now, which is allowing the storm to change its directions. Right now it's moving north at 2 miles an hour. It is barely moving. It is barely moving. But it is. Believe it or not, it is. You can see here. I'm going to bring this up. Moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. Yeah, the system is just, it's barely moving. And just because of its slow speed, you can see that at least in the horizontal wind field, there's not a lot of wind shear. Which, it's not really encountering much wind shear right now. Once again, it's kind of in the best environment that it can be in. A relatively low to no sheared environment. So no winds pushing against the storm or, disrupting its structure. Or I should say also, the fact that there's a plentiful amount of moisture. And of course that there is also very warm sea surface temperatures of about 30 degrees Celsius or about 86 Fahrenheit. Yeah, Carrot, definitely going to be regardless. It's going to be catastrophic. What's up, Called to Teach? Would you look at that perfect eye? Yeah, it's like perfectly symmetrical. It's a perfect circle. Let's see if we can run faster than the hurricane now. Literally, yes, you could. You could walk fast. You could walk at a decent pace, faster than the storm is moving right now. That's the crazy thing, is you could literally do a light jog or a fast, brisk walk, and you would be beating the storm. You would beat it in a race. Now, eventually, as the storm keeps pulling north, and once that that frontal system starts really increasing its movement more and more, it'll be picking up some more speed. But until then, it's slow. It's very, very slow. Let's see here. Are those airplane signatures in the eye there? What? Huh? What do you mean by airplane signatures? We have the Hurricane Hunter. Are you talking about the Hurricane Hunters? They are, they're flying in the storm right now. Let's see, where are they at? Oh, actually, they're going through the eye right now, it looks like. They sure are. Here, let me zoom out a little bit so you guys can see that. Sometimes I'm gonna hop to this screen here because my big old fat head gets in the way sometimes. But I feel like face cam is good to have too. It's more personal per se. Yeah, Carrot. It hasn't stopped intensifying. I mean, especially this morning, we were doing coverage again. This morning we did a lot of coverage yesterday, and this morning, and it was just rapidly picking up strength. Then there was no halts really. It's just crazy. Anyways, yep. Hurricane hunters are now flying through the eye. It looks like on this scan, going off of the wind barbs here, the flight level winds is showing here. Let's move this up a little bit. So the last wind barb here, that was 130 knots. So the way to read these wind barbs, y'all, a triangle, so a flag, this is 50 knots. So you got two of them. That's 200, or sorry, that's 100 knots. 200 knots should be 4 flags or 4 triangles. So there's 2 triangles at 100 knots, and then a long line. Those are 10 knots each, and there's a half a line, which is 5 knots. So 50, 100, 10, 20, 30. So that's 130 knots. Are those X's in the eye or lightning? Yeah. So those plus signs that you were seeing, those were lightning strikes. Here, I'll go and show you again once again. Here, we'll bring y'all back over here. There you go. Yep. So those plus signs that you see, those are lightning strikes. You can see there's a lot of lightning activity on the western eye wall. Let's see. How long will we be live for? Honestly, I really don't know. I'm just streaming as much as my body can take it right now. Believe it or not, talking for hours at a time is really draining. So I'm just going to keep going until I can't no more. And then, of course, I'm going to be back for landfall, of course. Definitely got to be back there for that. We'll be back at the point of landfall. We're not going anywhere now, though. No, we're still kicking. We've been streaming about 2.5 hours so far here. Yesterday, I think we did like 7 hours of coverage total, which isn't as much as I wanted to do. But, yeah. We're here now, though, and that's all that matters. We're gonna keep at it, man. Like I mentioned, we have a lot of covering to do. Once it passes through Jamaica, we're not done. Because then we got to go through Cuba. And then Cuba's gonna have their Cat 3 landfall, possibly Cat 4 landfall. Just depends on what condition the storm is whenever it leaves Jamaica. Another thing is, like, say if the system was to go far on the right-hand side, it would have more land to cross over, which would allow the system to weaken more, as opposed to, say, if it skimmed the western side at landfall. So if it made that western side, it wouldn't weaken as much. If it, went through the middle, it would weaken more. But yeah, like I said, we have Cuba to go through. That's not all. We have southern Bahamas, central southern Bahamas, and the hurricane warnings and stuff. That's not all even. And then, of course, like I said, even Bermuda is possibly going to be rolling into hurricane conditions too. I mean, it'll probably still be a Category 1 by the time it approaches, in which that'll be for the morning of Halloween, actually, once it approaches out by Bermuda. So, by the way, everybody, consider subscribing. I'm going to go ahead and remind y'all, if you could. Just to help spread the word, y'all, and just to help the YouTube algorithm get the word out there. The more people that we can get in here, the more people we can help out, and overall, the better the outcome of the storm would be. That's why it's very important that if you guys could subscribe, you don't even have to watch the channel. If you can subscribe, it'll just help us boost, which will help out a ton, and it'll help get the word out there for this storm and future storms as well. Let's see. What will be everyone's safest move in Jamaica who chose to ride it out? So, picking the place to be is very important in determining on, when riding it out. So, first of all, staying away from the coast is one of the best things you can do. Getting away from that coastal areas, that is the best. Also, avoid those valleys as well. Avoid those flood-prone areas. If you avoid the valleys, the flood-prone areas, and the coastal areas, that's better, but there still is going to be impacts, like I mentioned, with strong winds and, of course, the mudslides and stuff like that could be a big concern. The best place to be would be in an upper elevation away from the coast in a concrete structure. That would be the best place to be if you had to ride it out here. Let's refresh the page here. Yeah, that would be the best to do. And by this point, I hope that everybody's prepared and ready to go. If not, you're running out of time, unfortunately. And just make sure, you have plenty enough food, non-perishable. You're going to lose power. There's no way power is staying on for the areas of landfall. No way. So you're going to lose power. So you got to have non-perishable food, stuff that does not go bad without refrigeration, stuff that you can just eat that's room temperature, whatever. Canned goods, whatever. And also bottled water, first aid kit, pair of shoes, flashlight, extra batteries, important documents, clothes, all that stuff, put it in your safe spot. Let's see here. By the way, can we acknowledge how well Andrew engaged with his viewers? Like I said, I care about y'all. I want to make sure you guys are, in this like I am. We're all in this together. I might not be in the storm, but I'm here with you, and I will be here with you. We'll get through this. Like I mentioned, I know it's kind of scary, but we got this. Got to get pumped up. We got to get through this. We will. Might be a little rough, but we got it. But anyway, so that is, like I mentioned, that is the latest eye view for the people who want to see it. Still a beautiful, perfectly symmetrical eye. Still continuing to see lots of lightning activity in the eye wall, which we have for the last several hours. Which, once again, if you see lightning in the eye, that means that the system is probably, probably picking up quite a bit of strength, which it seems like it is still strengthening quite a bit. So, the last several reports, the previous assessment from the Hurricane Center had the storm sustaining 175. Central low is down to, I think, 909 millibars. Now the recent assessment, the 11 o'clock update, which was 2 hours ago at this point, was showing 903 millibars, so a 6 millibar drop. Which is, a drop in pressure is a clear indicator of a strengthening storm. The lower the pressure, the stronger the system. And, but the winds haven't changed much. But I do believe at next update we'll probably have a big change in the, a big change in the winds update here. Okay, let's bring you guys back to Hurricane Hunters. We got some new data now, probably. Let's see here. Okay, so they are now in the southeastern. Oh my goodness, no way. They measured 902 millibars. It's even lower. Dude, it's so close to 800s. What did they measure on the winds? Pressure's dropping even more. Let's see. The latest, the latest shows about 155 knots here. Okay, so we're, let me pull up the conversion again here. So 155. It's about 180, pretty much. Yeah, about 180 or so. Let's see. So that was the latest flyby. They didn't have the pressure on for some reason, but they did. They did apparently with the drops on measure 902. What was the record again for pressure? The lowest pressure that's ever been in a storm was Typhoon Tip, 870 millibars. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see what the airplane measured. What's up, Paradise? Good to see ya. All right, let's hop back over here, y'all. I'm going to get rid of my fat head for a little bit. Just so we have more screen to work with. Because, it makes it a little bit better. My head can get in the way sometimes. But there it is. That's it. And it's craziness. But yeah, like I mentioned, everybody, if you zoom into the eye here, you can see the system is moving to the northeast right now. Definitely is already started that movement. The big picture shows, just how close the eye is from Jamaica. Still a little ways away out, but it is heading in that direction. Now the landfall is likely going to be on. Let's see here. We'll actually bring up the models for a minute. The landfall is likely going to be somewhere on the western side of the island here. Either the western or the south central side. Probably, the best chance for landfall is going to be somewhere in here, where the center, could go over. So more than likely it'll be kind of somewhere on the western side, which, from what I understand, I believe the western side is less populated than the eastern side, because I know we have Kingston. Kingston, like I mentioned, while the conditions are still going to be very nasty out there for Kingston, tons of surges and, strong winds and stuff like that, could have been a whole lot worse. The eye is going to be pretty far from Kingston, thankfully, but still it's going to hit the western side directly. So the sustained winds out for Kingston appear, according to these models here, it seems to be right around 50 miles an hour. Not as significant as the west side of Jamaica. So for Kingston, we're probably going to have constant winds of about 50 miles an hour. We'll likely be gusting possibly near hurricane force, out there by Kingston. The western side, you can see that's where a lot of the crazy stuff is. You can actually see right there the winds about 170 there. Eventually, those are going to run into the western side of Jamaica. What's up, Karen? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. So then, of course, as the system does go through, the model here that we're looking at, this is the HWRF, the 18 UTC run. Suggests for the Is it Montego? Is it Montego? Montego. Tomato type of something. But the Montego Bay, according to the HWRF model, it suggests that we could have sustained winds of about 130 or so out there. Remember, these are not gusts. These are sustained or constant winds. So we'll probably be gusting more towards like 150, 160 miles an hour or so. Let's see, how long am I streaming tonight? Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just going to keep on going. Hurricane Milton's daughter. I heard Hurricane Milton's sister, Hurricane Milton's daughter, whatever. Yeah, like I said, I can't believe it's already been over a year since Milton. I was directly in Milton. I was directly affected. It was a Category 2 when it hit me. I was in Polk County, Florida. So I've been through it, but not nearly this bad. Even a Cat 2 is pretty crazy. Let's see here. Montego, maybe? I'm not good with pronunciations. People's names as well. I suck at them, so y'all are going to have to bear with it. All right, so hopping back, we're going to take a peek here at the rainfall. I'm in Florida. Yeah, I'm in the Lakeland area. That's where the hurricane hunters, NOAA hurricane hunters, actually, their home base is, which is pretty cool. I've seen them fly out before. Pretty neat. But yeah, hopping over to the rainfall forecast. So we do have central Jamaica as well as southern Cuba here in the pink areas. Once again, this is 20 to 30 inches of rain, which that's equivalent to 500 to 750 millimeters worth of rainfall. Okay, let's see here. The dark red areas here. The dark red area here basically represents 16 to 20 inches of rainfall, or 400 to 500 millimeters overall. And of course, the dark red, 12 to 6, or sorry, the light red, 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400. Orange, 8 to 12, which is 2 to 300 millimeters. Now, taking a peek here back over at the current, the current estimated wind field whenever this decides it wants to load. There we go. Here, we'll actually even zoom in just a little bit for y'all so you guys can see it. So this is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are at here in the yellow. You can see, so this yellow area, this blob, this is where the tropical storm force winds are estimated to be, which is sustaining anywhere from 39 to 74 miles per hour. And of course, that little red area that you see here as well, this is the hurricane force winds. This is where we are seeing those winds 74 miles an hour and greater overall. So, now that the storm is moving north-northeast, the hurricane conditions are going to get closer and closer until ultimately we do have that landfall tomorrow morning, which, like we mentioned, tomorrow morning, landfall local time will be right around 10 o'clock a.m. Remember, it could be a little bit before, it could be a little bit after. There could be a little bit of fluctuation in the time. It just depends on the storm. They're not perfectly linear. It's not perfectly same constant speed the entire time. So it can make the exact timing a little tricky sometimes. Hopping over to the current sat view. This is the eye view. You can still see those little plus signs in the eye. That is lightning detection. Like we mentioned, lightning detection indicates the storm is strengthening or either really wellly sustaining itself or strengthening. In which at the point now it is likely strengthening due to the continuation of the drop in pressure. The central low is now down to 903 millibars. However, the hurricane hunters, they actually just measured 902 millibars, so the pressure continues to drop. We are likely to, we're getting real close to going sub 900s. We might even hit 800 millibars with this storm here, which is just crazy. Let's see, how many miles wide is that dark red zone? What, for the flooding outlook or for sat view? If you're talking about satellite view, we can actually measure. Well, actually, we'll go ahead and do that real quickly. Let's go ahead and measure the storm here for you guys. We'll do it again here. It's been a minute, so bringing up our measuring tools. So pulling up, here, let's zoom into the eye here. So from the western eye wall to the eastern eye wall, it is 17 miles across. From the north eye wall to the south eye wall, we are about 17 and a half miles across. So, I mean, it's nearly perfectly symmetrical here. Now, measuring the width of the storm from the outer side, I mean, there's a lot of heavy convection on the... here, let's remeasure that real quickly. There's a lot of heavy convection even east of the main hurricane, but the storm is about 250 miles from west to east. And I'll have to zoom out a little bit. It's a little bit taller than it is wide. Let's see here. Then, of course, we'll measure from the bottom to the top. It's about 340 or so miles. But, like, the heaviest of the convection is a good 215 or so miles. So it's pretty decent. I mean, it's not the biggest hurricane ever, but it's a good size. Good size and good strength storm here for sure. So what you guys are looking at now, once again, this is the estimated tropical storm force winds here in the yellow. This is where we are likely seeing those sustained winds of 39 to 74 mile an hour. And of course, across the dark red area, that little red circle, that is where we are seeing basically those hurricane conditions, which we're seeing basically 75 mile an hour and greater. And the latest info from the Hurricane Center has the system sustaining 175 mile an hour winds. Pressure is down to 903. However, like I mentioned, the hurricane hunters found lower pressure of 902 just recently. Here, let's actually hop back up to the hurricane hunters real quickly. We'll bring them back up here. So they're actually right now, they're in the southeastern side of the storm. So you can see there's the storm right here. The eye is in this area here. You can barely see it from all the pressure readings and the wind barbs here, but the eye is right in here. Actually, the eye is right there, I believe. So right now there's the position of the aircraft. So they flew from the northwestern quadrant now down to the southeast. Given how long they've been in the storm, they're probably going to conclude that mission pretty soon. They've already done several flybys. They got to go back and refuel. I'm sure there's probably going to be a new mission to launch soon, though. I mean, they're probably going to keep on it for a while. They've been very consistent with hurricane hunter missions. I mean, we've been having a lot of flights in the storm. They've been flying a lot in it. What's up, Kurt? Good to see ya. See, the storm's a monster. Praise for Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic. Absolutely. Good to see you, Trey. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, like I mentioned, we also got to watch out for Bermuda, too. Bermuda and the long range is also in the middle of the cone here. I mean, literally, they're right in the middle of that cone there, which storm, it'll be approaching Bermuda kind of right around the early 31st here, in which yeah, it'll still likely be right around a Category 1 at that point in time, too. Let's see. Pretty impressive still. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a absolute unit of a storm here. Anyways, y'all, this is the latest satellite imagery for the people who's wanting to look. So if you look closely, like I mentioned, we have a lot of really heavy convection off to the east as well. So a lot of that rain, as the system goes northeast, will also go northeast with it, which will actually bring all that rain towards Haiti, as well as like the Dominican Republic too. So they're going to be getting a lot of rain as well. We can't forget about them. While they're going to be more safe from the winds, I mean, they'll probably still get some gusty winds, especially like the west coast of Haiti, because we do have tropical storm warnings out there. While we still have that in effect, they'll get some winds, but most of their concern is going to be the rainfall. But yeah, a lot of heavy convection to the east. And, like I mentioned before, I mean, there's a lot of moisture available here. Let's actually, we'll take a peek at the water vapor satellite view. So the darker areas represent drier air throughout the atmosphere. The white indicates full saturation. So tons of moisture. The blue indicates a lot of moisture as well. So you can pretty much see, I mean, there's really no dry air intrusion going on. It's doing good. There's little to no wind shear either affecting the storm currently, which, for the people who don't know what wind shear is basically just strong winds at different levels of the atmosphere. In the case of being negative towards a hurricane, it would be aimed at the system, which would disrupt its structure and stuff, but that is not the case, given that our wind shear is very low. And, because of that, we also have really, really warm waters, too. Well, not because of that, but we also, in addition, have really, really warm sea surface temperatures of 30 Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, you need 26 degrees Celsius waters or more to sustain and, develop tropical activity. We're at 30 from 26 at minimum. So definitely pretty high. And, of course, like we mentioned, the moisture. Plentiful amount of it. So, it doesn't get much better of an environment than the system is in right now. So, like we mentioned before, I mean, it's pretty much just full throttle at this point. Continuing to see signs of strengthening, too, like tons of lightning activity in the eye, as well as, like we mentioned before, too, the continuous reports of lower and even lower pressure from the NOAA and Air Force hurricane hunters. So the continuous drop in pressure is a clear indicator of a strengthening storm, in which we are still continuing to see. It's really not budging right now. I mean, it's solid. But yeah, the system right now is moving to the northeast at 2 miles per hour. It is a very, very slow moving storm. Moving north-northeast at 2, sustained at 175. We're likely sustaining about 180 to 185 at this point, given a lot of data coming in from the hurricane hunters suggesting that we are seeing even stronger winds. So yeah, we're probably more towards 180 to 185 or so sustained within the storm. Pressure is nearly 800, nearly down into the 800 millibar range, which is pretty wild. Pretty wild. So we'll go ahead and zoom out so you guys can see the full picture again. So there's Jamaica. You guys can see it. Jamaica is still a little bit of a ways away from those hurricane force winds, but we're now less than 12 hours away from landfall. Landfall will be in about 10 hours or so, roughly. When's the next Hurricane Center advisory? They update every 3 hours. They updated last at 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern, so they'll be updating in about an hour. Let's see. Is Jamaica getting pounded right about now? So they're not getting the worst of it right now. They are definitely feeling the effects right now, yes. So if we actually hop back over here, you can see this. So this is our tropical storm force wind field. The area in yellow. So the yellow this is where the tropical storm force winds are estimated to be right now. Jamaica, you can see, is fully engulfed in those tropical storm force winds. Then of course you have the little red circle area. So this is where we have the hurricane force winds. So this is where we're seeing those winds in excess of 75 miles an hour. Upwards to 175, possibly 180 to 185. Still waiting for confirmation from the Hurricane Center for that. But yeah, it's definitely kicking pretty good. Hurricane, like I said, the hurricane force winds you can still see are still a little ways away from Jamaica. Let's see here. 5 a.m. in the morning for landfall question, or 1 p.m. So it'll be neither of those. Landfall will be at right around 10 o'clock local to Jamaica. But like I mentioned, it could be a few hours early. It could be a few hours later. It's a little iffy to get an exact time, but it'll be right around and then. So hopping over to the models, this is the HWRF model. You can see Jamaica here. So this is as we approach 10 a.m. local. Landfall occurs according to HWRF, showing that the storm here will be making landfall likely on the western side of Jamaica. The eye will likely make that, so that'll really batter a lot of strong winds out by like White House, Crawford, let's see, Hodges, Black River area. According to the HWRF, suggesting sustained winds of well over 130 miles an hour. Definitely got to keep an eye on it. Let's see here. Much of the island is above 1,000 feet. Sea level heights is. Hold on. Sea level height point is 7,402 above sea level. Yeah, there is a lot of mountainous regions, but that also brings other concerns too. Considering how much rainfall we're getting, there is the amount of rainfall we're getting is really going to saturate the ground, which A, is going to be bringing a big flooding threat, and B, a mudslide threat. And because of the oversaturation of the ground and how loose the ground will become, even the littlest of wind gusts can knock over big trees. It just makes it to where they fall over really easy. So there's going to be a lot of loss of trees for sure. That's one big concern. So, like I mentioned, time to prepare for landfall is becoming thin. We don't have too much longer to prepare. But if you guys are along the coast, I would heavily advise to leave the coastal areas and go as far inland as you can. Now, I recommend that you stay away from valleys, stay away from flood-prone areas. The best place to be would be in an upper elevation in a concrete building. That would give you, that would be the best scenario, honestly. If you have to stay for Jamaica. Like I mentioned, at this point in time, all flights have been canceled. So, let's see. Ratchet says, are their homes typically able to withstand the winds? No. There's not many structures that are able to withstand these winds, unfortunately. Let's see here. About 200 trees are down already. How do they know exactly how much trees are down? What is wind shear? So wind shear is winds that vary in strength and direction at different altitudes. So for an example, if you had a lot of strong upper level wind shear, it means that your upper winds in the atmosphere are strong, strong movement. And so wind shear is really bad for hurricanes because it pretty much vents a lot of air into the storm, which causes its, which causes it to, the structure to get disrupted, basically. But that's not the case here. There's like no wind shear with the storm. Let's see here. See, not an exact, just an estimate. Gotcha. Yeah, it's like I don't know how they'd ever know exactly how many trees are down. All right, so here's a close view of the eye, y'all. Looks like lightning activity's picking up again. You guys can see up there, kind of on the northeast side. Tons and tons of lightning with this one. Yeah, this one had a real significant amount of lightning in the eye and in the eye wall there. Like we mentioned, that is a clear sign that the storm is strengthening. Whenever you see a lot of lightning like that. So definitely getting quite a bit. Let's see. Is it 175 or 185? So right now the Hurricane Center has it at 175 sustained. But like we mentioned, the hurricane hunters that have been flying into it, they found a lot of evidence suggesting 160 to 165 knots in the eye wall, which would push the storm to about 180 to 190 sustained. But right now from the Hurricane Center, it's 175. Central low is down to 903 from the Hurricane Center, but the hurricane hunters found 902 recently, so the pressure has dropped a little bit more. See, about 50 banana trees fell today where I'm at. That I'm sure about. Wow. Yeah, it's there's going to be a lot of trees coming down too. Once again, whenever you pretty much whenever you really saturate the ground, whenever you get a lot of rain, it really loosens up the ground. And, because of that, a little bit of winds can easily knock over trees and stuff. So that is likely going to be a big problem. We're going to be losing a lot of trees. Like I said, there's really a lot of main concerns. I'm going to go ahead and list some of these concerns. First of all, storm surge. A lot of water being pushed inland by those strong winds. Some areas well over 10 feet storm surge, 10, 15 foot or more. A lot of storm surge on the southern side of Jamaica. Also, the winds itself, a really big concern. We're talking at landfall point, probably sustaining about 165 or so. Will likely be gusting nearly 200 at the point of landfall. And whenever it comes to some more impacts, we have the rainfall. Tons amounts of rainfall that's falling, several feet of rain falling in a lot of the areas of Jamaica. And because of that, there's going to be an enormous flooding threat, oversaturation of the ground, which is going to loosen up the soil, loosen up the trees, which those winds could easily knock over. Then, of course, we have the landslide, mudslide threat. Given so much water, like we mentioned, it really loosens up the water, loosens up the mud, which can definitely allow for some mudslides to occur. So those are like the main concerns that we've got to really look out there for. Anyways, so we'll definitely keep you guys in the loop. Let's go ahead and bring you guys back over here. So this right here, this is the latest estimated tropical storm force winds in the yellow. So that's where the sustained winds of 39 to 74 miles an hour are at in the yellow. And you can see all of Jamaica is engulfed there in that tropical storm force. The little red circle here, the little donut hole that you see, this is the hurricane forced winds. And you can see that, we're not quite hurricane strength. We're still a little ways away from hurricane strength in Jamaica, but it is getting closer. And it will continue to until, of course, landfall tomorrow morning. Or I should really say now this morning, because it's now the day of landfall for everybody. Or for us, anyways. So, yeah, definitely got to look out for all those concerns. And like I said, I'll keep you guys updated. I care about y'all very much. I want to keep you guys up to date with everything. We're going to be on it, man. Like I mentioned, we've been live a lot the last couple of days, especially the last 2 days. We've been streaming so much lately just to help keep you guys weather aware. And we're going to continue to do so through Jamaica, through Cuba, because like I mentioned, the effects are not just going to be for Jamaica, but they're also going to be for eastern Cuba. We already have hurricane warnings in place. So those red brackets that you see over the islands, those are hurricane warnings. So eastern Cuba has them. Central southern Bahamas has them too. So those are all hurricane warnings. And, of course, Jamaica has it too. And, of course, we do also have tropical storm warnings for Haiti in the blue. So those are tropical storm warnings out there. We also do have hurricane watches for the southern Bahamas there. So we'll have to definitely be watching out for possible warnings to take place. Let's see. My guess is that Kingston will have winds 75 to 90 miles an hour. Well, more than likely, Kingston, the landfall will be farther west of Kingston area. So Kingston, like I mentioned, it could have been a whole lot worse. But don't let it, let your guard down, because it's still going to be pretty rough out there. In the Kingston area. We're going to likely be seeing winds, though, sustained of probably right around 50 miles an hour. It's kind of what a lot of models suggest. 50 mile an hour sustained out in Kingston, but we'll likely be gusting near hurricane force. A little bit different than the west side, where the landfall is going to occur, the eye, moving inland. That'll be where we're going to have the winds, 165, gusting likely to about 200 or so. So, yeah. Like I mentioned, we're just going to have to continue to see what it does. It could be stronger at the point of landfall. There is there's a lot of uncertainty there. How much it's going to hold itself up until the point of landfall. Right now, there's no indicators that the thing is weakening. Matter of fact, it's literally the opposite. There's a lot of indicators suggesting that the storm is still strengthening. Given the pluses you can see in the eye there, those are all lightning detections. So a lot of lightning activity in the eye, I've mentioned this a lot, means that there is a lot of, intensification or really good sustainability going on. But, the way that the hurricane hunters have been flying in and out, the data that we've been collecting has been suggesting otherwise, that the system is getting stronger. One of those being is that the pressure continues to drop. Latest Hurricane Center's analysis had 903 millibars, but now the latest fly-through with the hurricane hunter suggested it was down to 902. So not much of a drop, but there was a clear drop in pressure. It's not going up. Getting closer to the 800 millibar range. So, yeah, and then another thing is those winds that they've been getting out there. We've been seeing a lot of reports of whenever they flew into the eye wall, those winds being about 155, maybe 160 or so knots. Anywhere from 155 to 165 is what they were measuring there in the eye. Or the eye wall, I should say. The eye is whenever the winds actually calm down quite a bit. Inside the eye, the winds are fairly calm, believe it or not. The eye wall, the edge, that's where the heavy winds are at. What's up, Aline? Hope you're doing good. What's up, Mork? Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Let's see if it continue moving slow, the eye will collapse in mountainous area. Yeah, I mean, the slower it is, the more impacts there will be for Jamaica, but also the more weaker the storm would be whenever it comes out of Jamaica, if that makes sense. Like I mentioned here, if the storm, makes landfall, say on the western side here. Okay, so say it has hits that little narrow gap in western Jamaica, there wouldn't be much time in which the eye is over land. Therefore, the system would probably come off still fairly strong. I mean, regardless, it's going to be still very strong as it comes off of Jamaica. But if it goes further east, it has more land to cross over. That'll give it more time over land, therefore more time to weaken. That could tell us, we're going to have to kind of wait and see, because that could tell us either if Cuba is going to be sustained at, Cat 3 or Cat 4 strength. Right now the forecast, I believe, has it right at Cat 3, 125 sustained just before Cuba landfall. Remember, 130 and greater, that's Category 4. So, I mean, it's literally teeter-tottering between a upper Cat 3, lower Cat 4 at Cuba landfall. So, like I mentioned, everybody, it's not just Jamaica. I mean, yeah, they're in the spotlight right now. They're in the area that we got to watch very closely. But like I mentioned, it's... we also got to watch other areas too, like Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, the Bahamas, and even Bermuda. Like I mentioned, in Bermuda in the future, we'll actually go ahead and bring up the cone for you guys once again. Here, let's go ahead and turn off the sat view over here so it can here, let's go Outlook here, turn that off. Okay, we'll also turn off the warnings. I don't want to clutter the map too much. So you guys can see the cone here. So we're going to have the first landfall here in, like I mentioned, West Jamaica, Category 5. We're likely sustaining about 165 mile-an-hour winds at the time of landfall, somewhere right around in there. We're going to be gusting probably towards 200. We'll be working our way, so once the system pulls off of Jamaica, it'll be weakened a little bit down to Category 4. Like I said, we're going to have to wait and see. It's either going to be a upper end Category 3 at landfall in Cuba or a lower end Cat 4 once it hits eastern Cuba. Then once it goes off of Cuba, it'll be a Category 2. Once it makes the direct impacts on the Bahamas, it'll be a Category 2. And then, of course, by the time we approach Bermuda, it'll be right around a Category 1. Now, like I said, Bermuda's effects are still a little unknown, so Bermuda's right here. Given the cone, this is not where the effects are going to be felt. This is where the center could go. So in theory, the center, the eye of the storm, could go as far west as, this bracket here, or as far to the right as this bracket here. And say if the storm was to take a western track or a far eastern track, the hurricane force winds would be relatively small compared to Bermuda, which pretty much, there's a chance that it could either A, be tropical storm force or, or it'll be maybe low in Category 1 or low in hurricane force, I should say. Let's see here. Boss says it'll be a tropical storm after it hits Jamaica. No, it'll still be very powerful after it hits Jamaica. Guidance suggests it'll still be likely a Category 4. Hurricane Center has it at a Category 4, sustaining a 140 mile-an-hour winds, gusting to 165 at the point that we pull off from Jamaica. It's not gonna weaken that much. Like I mentioned, then that's going to put Cuba in a direct line of fire. Then, of course, the Bahamas as well to follow. Let's see. Crazy how there's not much wind shear up north late October. Yeah, I mean, we don't really have a whole lot wind shear going on for the system right now. It's in a pretty low, no to low wind shear environment right now. It's like I mentioned, it's been a pretty good environment overall. We're going to zoom in here. So this is where the estimated tropical storm force winds are at. Once again, here in the yellow, the red estimated hurricane force. Jamaica is completely engulfed now in the, completely engulfed now in the tropical storm force winds out here. So they're already feeling effects here. Let's actually go take a look at a few cameras here. We do have some cameras, but there really hasn't been much on them. Here, let's make this a little bit bigger. We'll go ahead and look at the camera out here on the western side. So yeah, there's really not a whole lot going on right now. As you guys can see, I mean, we got a little bit of rainfall, but doesn't look like anything significant. Now, whenever we do live coverage, for landfall, we'll be sure to keep a close eye on these cameras here. But we have another camera out by Kingston. You can see it's just definitely rainy, but a little bit windy as well. I mean, you can already see some of the rain kind of blowing across the roads here. If you look closely, you can see it definitely over there by that intersection, it looks like. So, yeah, definitely you can tell something's going on, right? But yeah, we'll keep it on those cams and stuff like that. We'll watch them. So yeah, according to the Hurricane Center, they don't really have the storm picking up strength or losing strength. Before landfall here. So we'll see where it's going to be. But yeah, we're likely either going to be right around 165 or 170 sustained at the point of landfall here, unfortunately. So let's see. If I was in Kingston, I'd head to the mountains area above 1,000 feet. Yeah, upper elevations would be better. Away from the valleys too. Upper elevations away from the valleys in a concrete structure is really kind of the best place to be, during this event here. Yeah, the rains will be getting a lot of rainfall, though. Yep. Absolutely. And, it's kind of bad all the way around, unfortunately. Between the rain, the flooding, the surges, the winds, I mean, it's all going to be pretty rough. Let's see here. Kingston's also at risk for landslides because of the rain. Yep, absolutely. Yep, so the mountains behind Kingston likely going to have a lot of mudslides out there. That's actually where a lot of the rain's going to be falling too. Let's hop back over to that real quickly. Popping back over to the rainfall expectancy here. So out by Kingston, we're going to be getting about 12 to 16 inches of rain. That's on top of what we've already got. Okay, so that's more. We're talking still over a foot of rain. So 12 to 16 inches out there, which will be bringing us about. So that in millimeters is 300 to 400. Let's see here. Kara says I wouldn't go to the mountains, hills. Yeah, I wouldn't either, honestly. Yeah, the winds are going to be pretty strong up there, like you mentioned, for sure. But they're going to be that way pretty much everywhere, unfortunately. But yes, upper elevations is, what I'm meaning to be, not necessarily on the top of the mountains, because there still is going to be that mudslide concern and still some really strong winds and stuff like that. But absolutely. But so Kingston, about 12 to 16 inches of rain, which is equivalent to 300 to 400 millimeters of rainfall. Central Jamaica, here in the pink, also that little area here in southern Cuba. This is that 20 to 30 inch margin, which that's equivalent to 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall, which is quite a bit. What's up, GH? Good to see you. yeah, so we're likely going to be seeing quite a bit of rain out there for sure. Now out there by the Montego Bay, it's a little iffy on the totals. You can see there's a big gradient here. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you guys can kind of see it a little bit better. Yeah, there's a bit of a gradient out there, but majority is kind of right between 12 to 16 inches here. So, let's see, what's up, Porf? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, by far some of the heaviest of the rainfall is going to be right there for like central Jamaica. See, Haiti's been getting pounded by thunderstorms. Yeah, they've been getting hit pretty hard. Zooming back out here, you can see just how much convection we have on the eastern side of Melissa here. I mean, it's nuts. It's crazy. We have a lot of convection. That's where a lot of the rain for Haiti is going to go up. As the system does continually pull to the northeast here, all of that's going to go northeast as well. It's going to kind of follow right with it. So we're definitely going to be getting a lot of rain out there, and even Haiti and even the Dominican Republic too. So, all right, we're going to throw on the face cam again. We've we've had it off because my big old fat head got in the way of everything. But oh my gosh, my hair is a mess, dude. Messy hair day, I guess. Messy Melissa hair day. But yeah, I just had that off for a while because my big old head gets in the way sometimes. But it's good enough. Good enough. You guys can still see it. See, convection is Melissa's field. Yeah, there's a lot of moisture. There's a lot of convection, going on there. Here, hopping over to the water vapor scan here. You can see, so the darker areas represents drier air, right? There's really not many dark areas here. The blue represents a lot of moisture. The white is like saturation. That's where we have like literally a lot of clouds cover and rain and stuff like that right now. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But you can see all that lightning activity. Look at that here on the eastern side of the storm. So there's the eye. I mean, if you guys couldn't tell, it's pretty obvious. But yeah, to the east of the storm there, look at all that lightning activity. There's a lot going on. Still, like I mentioned here, we still have the lightning activity in the eye there. Definitely quite a bit. All those little plus signs that you guys see, those are all lightning strikes, which, lots of lightning in the eye represents a lot of, quite a lot of, strengthening going on there. All right, you know what? We're actually going to take a peek at the hurricane hunters. We haven't looked at them in a little bit. Let's see what they're doing. Okay, so it looks like they might be going home. They might be flying back. I mean, they've been in the storm for a while. So they got to refuel soon. They're running low on fuel, I'm sure. I think that's the only mission we have. Yeah, we only have... I'm pretty sure they're going home because they're already pretty far southeast of the storm. They've done several fly-throughs here. You've never seen lightning inside the eye. It's crazy. Yeah, it's this storm has been very good at that. There's been a lot of lightning in the eye of the storm on this system, which I've seen it happen many, many times from other systems, but I don't know if I've ever seen it this much. This thing's just been constantly under strengthening mode. Let's see here. What are we going to show now? Well, actually, we'll go ahead and bring you guys back over to the current wind fields and stuff right now. So what you guys are about to see is where the current winds are at right now. So the yellow is the tropical storm force wind, Tigo. So you can see right there. So the yellow, this is where the tropical storm force winds are at, where we're seeing those sustained winds of 39 to 74 miles an hour, which is right here in the yellow. Then we have the little red circle here. This is where we are having the hurricane force winds, in which, the hurricane force winds you can see is a lot tinier compared to the tropical storm force winds here. But, eventually those will work their way closer to the Jamaica there. Now, all the red that you guys see here, these are all hurricane warnings in effect. So you can see we have Jamaica, obviously, in the hurricane warnings. Eastern Cuba, the central and southern Bahamas is also in the hurricane warnings here. And we do have some tropical storm warnings in effect out there by Haiti as well. Let's see here. Is it still moving slow? Yeah. It's only moving right now at 2 miles an hour still. It's barely moving. We should have a new update from the Hurricane Center within the next 30 minutes or so, hopefully. How much you want to bet they're going to do 180? I wouldn't be surprised if we're near 180. Pressure of 902, 903. Let's see, your wind is really noisy right now. Be safe out there, my friend. Be careful. Like I said, if you have any questions, and this goes for everybody, hey, if y'all have any questions, you guys let me know. We're here for you. We'll walk y'all through this. Like I mentioned, I'm gonna be by your side this whole time. Okay. It'll. And I know it's a little scary, but we'll get through it. My hair is a mess, dude. Quite a mess. Let's see here. Those poor birds and yeah. So I don't know if you guys heard about that. There reports from the hurricane hunters said that there's a lot of birds that were in the eye of the storm because they can't fly out because a 360 around them is a wall of extreme winds, which is the birds can't fly in because then they'll get it's just, the winds are just too strong for them, and they can't fly high enough to get over the eye either, which is they're just kind of stuck in the eye, unfortunately, and then they can't land either. They can't sit on the water because the waves are so rough. It's just sad. Hurricane Dorian was nearly stationary, but had gusts of 175 in the Bahamas. Yeah, I don't really remember Dorian too much. I remember the system. I remember it happening. I just don't remember the exact parameters on it. Let's see, you're betting on 899 millibars, 180 mile an hour for the update. See, I don't know, though. The hurricane hunters, they have not found 899. They've only found as low as 902 recently. And 180, I think, is very possible. I mean, it's already at 175, and it has definitely picked up strength since then, I believe, for sure. What's up, Lindsay? Good to see you. When will it speed up? So, I mean, it should start picking up speed here soon. Overall, I mean, it's just going to slowly pick up speed over time. Because we do have that frontal system coming through, which is going to kind of carry the system up to the north here. So basically, here, let me go on a big scale. Actually, we're going to zoom out quite a bit here. Let's do continental. Maybe I'll have to do full disk, I guess. Here, let's do global. Oh, you know what? No, this might work here. Hold on a minute. I don't want to make it too big. There we go. Actually, you know what? That's perfect. Okay. So you can see right here. So there's Melissa. You can just see the little pinhole eye. That's crazy. Hey, look at it move. So it's definitely moving northeast now. You guys can tell. But anyways, but like we were mentioning here, is we have this frontal system. I don't know if you guys can see this on SAP, but we have this frontal system, and the vectors on a frontal system have the winds, the air mass pushing outwards behind the cold front. So the cold front's like this. So there's your cold front, and ahead of a cold front you have the, warm sector air that moves perpendicular or parallel to the the cold front itself, perpendicular to the winds behind the cold front. So, and since those winds are going to the northeast, that's just kind of carrying the storm with it. So that frontal system is pushing that system up north. Where exactly did Melissa start from again? It started in the in the Caribbean here. It was honestly so long ago. It feels like we've been tracking this storm for years. Why does it feel like that? Here, let's look at the past track here. This should show it. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't existed too long. Here you go. Yeah, it looks like it formed just south of the Dominican Republic here. Lindsay said I'm in the Bahamas. Be careful. Yeah, the central southern Bahamas are going to get heavily impacted out there. Let's see here. Do I remember Michael? I do. I've been to Jamaica, went on tours up in the mountains. Those people lived in shacks with dirt floors. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it's pretty low-income areas, unfortunately. These winds are very strong for those places, sadly. Is it birds or lightning in the eye? Both. Yeah, there's birds in there. From the hurricane hunters reported hurricane hunters reported the birds, and there's still a lot of lightning activity going on. Yeah, the Gulf has been lucky, absolutely. That front system that we have here, you guys can see pushing eastward here. You can see that air mass coming in. That's protecting the Gulf from getting it. If there wasn't this frontal system, Melissa would likely just keep going west. Would have probably went out somewhere, probably near the Yucatan, and maybe the Gulf, if that front wasn't there. Because it just kept going west. I mean, it was barely moving, but because of that front, that's moving it. But that front's kind of throwing Jamaica under the bus, like we mentioned before. It's causing the storm to go out there. What's the impacts on Cuba going to be like? So eastern Cuba, we are going to have some definitely significant impacts as well. We do have hurricane warnings in effect here. The storm is likely going to be a upper level Category 3, lower end Cat 4 at the point of landfall. It'll be exiting Cuba likely as a Category 2, in which, once it approaches the central southern Bahamas, it'll still be a Category 2. So, let's see here. Cindy says, what about the Ocarios in the northwest, I believe? Here, let me look. Jamaica. Okay, so you're up in the kind of north central side. Gotcha. So models were suggesting, definitely some pretty strong winds out there. Considering you're on the northern side, you're not going to be in the worst of conditions, but still, the conditions are going to be really nasty out there. Some of the worst of the conditions are going to be along the south and western coast here. But like I mentioned, all of Jamaica is going to be feeling this one big time. So, for you out there, I think the models here, we're going to bring those up again for you guys. Here's HWRF suggesting sustained winds of about 50 miles an hour. So constant winds of 50, in which we're going to be gusting higher than 50. We'll probably be gusting near Category 1 strength. So definitely not as significant as, as is going to be further west, for sure. Like I said, that landfall is going to be somewhere along the western side. You're over here, so the system is just going to kind of miss you to the west a bit. But still, like I said, don't get me wrong. There's still going to be really some heavy impacts out there where you're at. Still, you need to watch it closely. You need to keep an eye on it. Let's see here. I thought they normally begin somewhere in Africa. They do. So that's called the MDR, or the Main Development Region, is out there just west of Africa. Typically in the later season, you get a lot of tropical cyclones in the Gulf and the Caribbean. The reason why is because sometimes these frontal systems can actually create new tropical development. Sometimes on the trailing cold front, sometimes you can get enough convection to actually create new thunderstorm or new tropical activity, because on the lower end of a cold front, on the lowest end, the wind shear is very low. Typically, it's a lot lower than the upper portion of the cold front, which is just enough to create convection, just enough to get a bunch of thunderstorms going. And once that happens, it could really start to organize because it's in a good environment, relatively shearless, and tons of. The waters are typically still pretty warm and stuff like that. But that does not have anything to do with Melissa, by the way. Like I said, right now Melissa's in a relatively low to no shear environment right now. There's plenty enough warm water out there. I mean, it's 30 degrees Celsius waters out there, which is 86 Fahrenheit. Very, very warm. And then, of course, the amount of moisture that we have available is crazy. Let me actually bring precipitable water up here. I don't know if this model has it. Does. Good. Okay, so the HWRF does have precipitable water. So this kind of shows us oh my goodness, wow. Yeah, so typically, I mean, anything above 2 inches is considered a lot. A lot of precipitable water in the environment. So there's a lot of moisture throughout the atmosphere. Literally all around the storm here, precipitable water is well over 2 inches. Some areas like 3 inches of PWAT. That is high. That is indicating a high amount of moisture. So the system is not lacking that at all. Even on the west, I mean, PWAT's still well over 2 inches, so that's pretty high. Pretty good amount of moisture there with the system. All right, let's check up on the hurricane hunters. Let's see. They're going home. Hurricane hunters, they are done. But we're probably going to be getting, let's see here. Probably going to be getting a new mission soon. I would not be surprised. Wonder where the NOAA hurricane hunters are. I'm sure they're back in Lakeland, which is where I'm at. Let's see, you're in Michael at a Cat 5. Panama City schools were leveled. Wow. Glad you're okay, though, Dustin. That's all that matters, man. Things can be replaced, things can be rebuilt, but lives cannot. So, the fact that you made it out okay, that is all that matters. Let's see here. Do we know of any organizations who are preparing to respond if after hits Jamaica? Haven't heard of anything yet, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people on it. Let's see here. I'm in the western part of Jamaica. It seems like night rain with a little extra winds. Travis, they're going to be pretty rough out in the western side, unfortunately. The models were really suggesting some of the heaviest winds, actually. It depends on where you're at. It's really the western side that's going to get some of the heaviest of the winds here. Along the coast, at the point of landfall, the hurricane center has the storm, being right around 165, 170 at landfall, mile an hour sustained, which will likely be gusting about 200 or so, which is no joke at all. Definitely really significant. Let's see here. But yeah, like I said, if you guys have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Let's see here. Be safe, Jamaicans. Please take care of your pets too. Yes, for sure. Yeah, make sure y'all. Just like, was it Alil? Is that how you say your name? Or not Alil? Sorry, who said that? Boz, I think it was. Yeah. Dustin says, "God bless you, bud." Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. God bless you too. How much do I think it'll affect Florida? It won't. Yeah, like I said, this is not a problem for the U.S. at all. A lot of people have been asking me about that today. Yeah, no, this is not going to cause any problems for the United States, other than maybe a little bit of high waves in the East Coast, but even then, not really anything super significant. Yeah, we're going to be fine in the U.S. This is mostly a problem for Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Central Southern Bahamas, and Bermuda. Will it hit as a Category 5? Yes. Yeah, CH4, it'll be a Cat 5. It is a Cat 5 right now, sustained at 175. Movement right now is to the north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. Central low is down to 903. But the hurricane hunters, they did measure 902. What time should we expect landfall tomorrow? So landfall will be tomorrow at right around 10 o'clock a.m. or so. So right around 10 o'clock a.m. Oh my goodness. Hold on a minute, y'all. We just got some support coming in from Carolyn. Thank you so much for the $10 Venmo. Greatly appreciate it. Saying thank you for your explanations of everything. You are awesome. Right back at you, Carolyn. Thank you so much. Y'all in chat, please give Carolyn a big thank you for the 10. Like I said, that helps out a ton. Helps keep us rolling. So thank you so much for that. That means a lot to me. Helps us out a bunch. So, like I mentioned, the donations, y'all, definitely do help us a ton. I'm never going to ask anybody for money. I'm doing this for free. I'm doing this, whatever. But I do have donations open just in case if anybody wanted to support us and what we do. Because like I said, it does help with expenses that we have, which I really appreciate. All right, so let's actually hop back to the clean infrared view. We're going to show you guys a pretty close-up view. Actually, we're going to turn on the lightning. I don't know why it turned off. Let's get GLM flashes back up. There we go. So still seeing a lot of plus signs here in the eye, which, like we mentioned, is a good sign of, good sustainment and, good strengthening of the storm here. So it's likely still strengthening. Boz says, let's see, 10 a.m. Eastern. So it'll be making landfall at 10 a.m. local. Now, remember, this could be an hour before. It could be an hour later. There's no solid time. It's not going to be exactly at 10 a.m. I mean, it could. Who knows? But around that time. It's no way of being for sure. But within right around 10 a.m. or so. Do I think the Dominican Republic will be bad on November 6th? That's a little bit far out. The storm will be well gone by then. Daniel says, any live cameras? We do, but there's really not much going on right now. It just looks like a bunch of rain falling. Well, whenever we do coverage, whenever we end up doing like the landfall coverage and stuff, we'll definitely show those cameras a lot more. I mean, I'll show you. I'll show you guys them right now. But like I mentioned, there's just really not a whole lot going on with them. We'll actually look at the western one now, real quickly. Yeah, I mean, this is about it. This is all that the cameras are kind of showing right now. I mean, it just looks like rain. That's about all right now. I mean, there's a little bit of winds, but you can hardly see it. Just a lot of rain here. Kingston has reports of 40-mile-an-hour winds out there now. Yeah, I mean, even Kingston. We'll grab another camera view. Here's a harbor cam. Camera's shaking a little bit, but that's to be expected. What's up, Janet? Good to see ya. The mountains are blocking the winds in Kingston. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. See, here's the thing. With these systems, you have counterclockwise rotation in the northern hemisphere. Okay, so the air or the winds are going to be coming right at the coast. So the mountains are behind Kingston. It will not be blocking them. So you guys can see that, the winds, because of the counterclockwise movement, it will be actually, pushing against Kingston. Now, once the system gets on the top side of Jamaica, then the winds would likely be slightly blocked. But still, it'll still be pretty windy out there, regardless. They've updated the 901. Oh, really? Oh, did the update come through now? Let's look. I guess it is that time, huh? 2 a.m. update. 175 still, north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. So it doesn't look like they've changed the wind speeds on it. So they kept that the same. But yeah, you're right. 901 millibars. Wow. There you go. The thing's barely moving, though. Still. North-northeast at 2 miles an hour. That has not changed. Let's see here. That's all we're getting here in Kingston. What, just rain right now? Yeah. Here's the thing, is that Kingston, honestly, it could have been a whole lot worse for you guys. I'm very thankful. I'm not thankful in the fact that, obviously Western Jamaica's getting this. But, if that was to be a direct landfall in Kingston, that would have been terrible. But Kingston in the forecast and a lot of models suggest about at max sustained winds, so constant winds in Kingston at the heaviest point would be right around 50 miles an hour, which is a lot better, but still very strong and still is damage capable. Oops, accidentally went back here. But still is very much capable of, some damaging winds and stuff like that. But, like I mentioned, there's going to be higher gusts, though. You're going to be having some gusts that's going to be, likely 70, overall. Let's see here. What's up, Tyler? Good to see ya. Very grateful now worse as well. Yeah, for sure. But like I mentioned, the west side of Jamaica, though, they're definitely going to be really getting a lot of those really strong really, really bad winds there. Tyler, what the heck, dude? So it's such a weird thing to ask. Let's see. What does sub 900 millibar hurricanes do? So they're very strong. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not super common that you see the pressure go below 900. When they do, you're talking about a beast of a storm. whenever you do see pressure that low. Yeah. Yeah, the pressure that gets into 800 only happens on the biggest of storms. In which, like I mentioned, I mean, the new update, we're only 2 millibars from being in the 800s, which that is just crazy. A few days ago, it was forecasted to hit near Kingston. Now it's forecasted to hit western Jamaica. Yeah. I mean, like I mentioned, for Kingston, it's a lot better, but for West Jamaica, it's a lot worse. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'm still kind of new to Jamaica. I mean, I'm not really too familiar with the area here, but from what I've learned, I believe that the most population's on the eastern side of Jamaica, specifically because of Kingston and not like the biggest city in Jamaica. I do know there's also population out by like Montego Bay or Montego, however you say it. Seems pretty populated out here as well. Lots and lots of buildings and stuff. Let's see here. Melissa says, very gusty in Portmore, lots of rain. Be careful, Melissa. Melissa's going to be a big storm, Melissa, so be careful, Melissa. I'm sorry. I had to. Let's see here. Yeah, Dustin, it's definitely, I mean, unfortunately, it's already claimed lives. I heard earlier that, I mean, I don't know, this number is likely out of, likely not up to date, but from the last I heard, there was 7 fatalities already. It looks like there's convection moving inland. Let's see here. Mike, gusty winds. They're definitely experiencing some rain out there. Here, let me actually see. I heard somewhere that the radar went down. The Jamaican radar. Let me double check on that. Let's see. I do have this site. I look like a ghost right now. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, the only radar that we had in Jamaica is apparently down now. That's not good. I heard somebody talk about that earlier, but I wasn't sure if it came back on or not. Not good. Let's see here. Been getting rain since last Thursday. Really? Yeah, I heard that it's pretty saturated over there already. Here, let me bring back up the rainfall map for you guys. Show y'all just how much rain we're going to be getting. It's a lot. So here's the latest amount of rainfall. So the heaviest by far in Jamaica is going to be for the central side of Jamaica here. So we do have 20 to 30 inches, which equivalents to about 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall. The dark red area here, which is in the next shade here, this is 16 to 20 inches of rain, which is 400 to 500 millimeters. The red is 12 to 16 inches of rain, which is 300 to 400 millimeters. And of course, the orange, this is 8 to 12 inches, which is 2 to 300 millimeters. Let's see here. Ground says, Boz says the grounds are already saturated. Let's see, stay away from trees and power lines. Absolutely, yeah. Being that the ground is so loose as it is, it's going to allow for the, those trees and power lines to come down pretty easy. Steve says it looks like your projected path is too far west. It looks like it's heading for the center now. Well, the cone, here, we'll bring you guys back over here. The cone does still have some of the central side and the western side here in the cone of uncertainty. So, in theory, the eye could make landfall anywhere here. So, yeah. But, some of the guidance, I've seen some models like the HWRF suggesting it going out here. HMON kind of wants it going this way. There still is a bit of uncertainty, and it's either going to be the southwestern or the south kind of west central side. So, what's the estimated time for landfall? It's going to be right around 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Local, 11 Eastern. But remember, it could be an hour before, it could be an hour later. Timing is one of those things where it's not always perfect. It's never perfectly linear. There could be some minor fluctuations in the movement, which could allow the system to either be later or earlier. It's pretty much all over the place. But around 10 a.m. is what most of the model guidance supports. By the way, everybody, if you're new to the channel, consider subscribing, leaving a like. It'd be greatly appreciated, just so that, like I mentioned, we can help out the algorithm. The more the more you guys can do that, more potentially YouTube could help reach us out to more people, and the more people we can help, which would be greatly appreciated. Let's see. Even if the eye passes west of the island, western and northwestern part of the eye wall, this will be half affected on the island. Well, yeah. Regardless, I mean, it's those really strong winds are going to be impacting and driving those crazy surges. I mean, here's this is the HWRF, which suggests some of the heaviest winds. On the southwestern side here of Jamaica, which because of the movement and all of that really strong. The strong winds, it's just going to be kind of pushing all that water inland, which that's going to cause big time surges, several feet above sea level, like possibly 10, 15 foot or more. Definitely quite a bit. My alarm going off. It's my alarm to make sure I'm up for coverage. Yeah, I've been totally nocturnal lately, y'all. I've been asleep during the day, awake during the night. I've been like on it. We're gonna need to. Landfall is only, 9 hours away? We've been live for almost 4 hours here. So, I'm just going to keep going for as long as I can. I'm going to try to at least get a little bit more sleep before landfall. That way I can cover it more. See, that gave me a time to make a final check on fam. Yep. There you go. Yeah, like I said, it'll be sometime fairly early. Here, let's bring you guys back over here. I'm going to show you guys the eye up close. So there's the eye up close and personal. The movement's very obvious at this point. Actually, I think it might be almost picking up some speed here soon. So yeah, I mean, you can see the system is definitely going northeast at this point. Still, like I mentioned, lots of lightning activity in the eye. So, let's see here. Pinky says, "Hey, I would like to know where is that located." So this is just south of Jamaica. Here, we're gonna zoom out a bit. So this is Jamaica, right here. Let me actually get a better view so I can show you guys more of the area around. So, okay. So here's Melissa. So this is Jamaica right here. You zoom out. Here's Cuba, and there's Florida. Here is the Bahamas right here. And then you got Bermuda way up to the top here. So there's the cone. You can see the system's going to be going over Jamaica, Category 5, sustaining right around 165 or more. We'll have to see what happens. Gusting nearly, if not over 200 miles an hour. Then it'll cross out as it leaves Jamaica, likely a Category 4. Then it'll make landfall here in eastern Cuba. Then it'll go right over the Bahamas, the southern Bahamas here. Then it'll continue to go to the northeast. Eventually, like I mentioned, even likely causing impacts for Bermuda as well. Let's see here. Boz says live for 4 hours. Thanks, man. Blame it on Melissa. She's moving really slow. Yeah, for real. I have a lot of hours on Melissa right now, man. Tell you. Covering yesterday, I mean, we were live 7 hours total, I think, and then today we've been live almost 4 hours. Yeah, it's been a lot. AP says, "Sup, weather boy." What's up, AP? Let's see here. Steve says you're doing a good job. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. How wide is the eye? Let's see here. Hold on. Jonah says, I'm in central Jamaica, to be exact. Will there be surges? So, all of the southern side of Jamaica will be experiencing some surges. A lot of those are going to be 10, 15 foot or greater. I don't have a map, sadly, but that's how much I've seen. Because the hurricanes in there, they don't update that frequently, sadly. Unless it's U.S. territory. That's whenever they do the surges and stuff like that. Anyways, but yeah, let's look at how wide the eye is. Actually, we'll do a little bit of measurement here. Haven't measured it here in a moment, so let's do that. So here we go. So from the west eye wall to the east eye wall, it is 17 miles. 17 miles from west to the east. From north to south, look at that, also 17 miles. So it's perfect. Look at that. That's like a perfect donut hole right there. Perfect donut hole. Let me see here. Chrissy says, thanks for the coverage. No problem. What time is it leaving Jamaica? Good question. So it looks like the eye will be out by later this evening. It'll be completely gone by the morning of the 29th. See, Adrian says I subbed from Vegas. Good coverage. Thank you. I appreciate it. Cousin's currently en route to Jamaica on a cruise. They'll probably go around it. Yeah, because cruise lines, they do not just go into hurricanes. So I think California will be fine. Yeah, this is other ocean. Other ocean. California's well over here. Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? A good meme. Love that meme. Yeah, Christy, it's sad for sure. You know, with the birds and stuff. Because, I mean, like I mentioned, the eye, it's just 360, nothing but a wall of, heavy winds. Which is just crazy. And those birds, they can't fly above the eye because these go pretty high up. Any other systems after this one? As of now, no. Let's see here. Here in Central Florida, wishing it was heading this way. Good work with everything you're doing. I appreciate it. I don't wish it was heading here. I'm in Central Florida too. Something this strong, no thanks. I do like a good storm, but not like this. See, I'm wondering because I'll be going to South Florida in 2 weeks. Yeah, no, there's currently nothing else. The only storm in the Atlantic is Melissa here. Melissa's the only one that we're dealing with right now. Let's see here. That's true. Yeah, CHR. I can't even. What was that? CH4. Yes, they are smart. Let's see. Gotta go to sleep. I have school in the morning. It's already 11. Good night. Thank you for answering my questions. Yeah, no problem, Pinky. I got you. I'm here for y'all. This says, what? Oh my goodness, dude. What the heck? I don't even know. Y'all. Some of y'all are interesting. All right, y'all. Let's hop back to the zoomed in mode. You can actually see it's getting ever so closer to Jamaica. So, you can see right there. So there's the border of southwest Jamaica there. Any video of the planes flying through it? I do not have any. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have any. If I did, I wouldn't even be able to share it, probably because it's copyrighted, sadly. But I don't know if the Hurricane Hunter page, they might. If you go on Twitter or X, whatever, and you look up the Hurricane Hunters, they apparently have. Sometimes they post like videos and stuff of going through the eye. Anyways. But yeah, there's the big picture. Still an absolute beast. We're still seeing a lot of heavy convection on the eastern side here too. All that rain eventually is going to go over there towards like Haiti and whatnot. So they're going to be getting a lot. Jose says, when's the next flight for the Hurricane Hunters? I don't know. Let me look, actually. Let me see if there's any at least available right now. We did just get the one that ended. Yeah, they haven't updated their position in a while, and they're far southeast of the storm now. I don't see any storms. Yeah, that one finished. NOAA 2 earlier. Yeah. As of right now, I don't see any missions going on right now. I'm not sure when they're going to launch them next, to be honest with you. See, it's almost November. There'll be cold fronts and cold air coming from the north to cool down ocean temps. Yeah, but it takes a while for the ocean to cool down. Air can cool down and heat up much faster than water can. Water, it makes a pretty good insulator, which takes a lot of energy, a lot of heat to really change the temperature. Christy says, what is the black? Is that the strongest part? Yeah, so the black here, this is the deep convection, just heavy thunderstorm. It's not really thundering, it's just heavy storm activity. Yeah, but that is where like some of the heaviest of the rains are, the deepest convection, which is, the most heaviest, most intense rainfall rates and stuff like that is, more than likely. Well, it is, because that's the core, near the core of the storm here. Cozumel, Mexico, maybe some waves from Melissa. No, it's too far to the east for all that. Here, let me actually. I'll look. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere near there though. Let me pull up the Western Atlantic GFS. We'll do wave height here. Yeah, the most that it gets up to is like 6 feet. So, yeah, it really doesn't look like we're going to be having hardly any impacts out there with that. Dustin says thank you. Yep, no problem. Let's see here. What's up, Mike? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Boz says, notice how Western convection has been fueling Melissa. A lot of that Eastern convection. There's just, like I mentioned, the environment that it's in, it's just very saturated. There's plenty amounts of moisture for everyone. If we hop back over the water vapor scan here, we zoom out completely. I'll get rid of my fat head for a minute. You guys could see that the darker areas represents drier air, right? So the white is showing a lot of saturation. A lot of moisture, a lot of rain going on right now, and the blue even indicates quite a bit of moisture. Let's see, eastern you meant? Yeah. Now there is a lot of convection off to the east for sure. There's a lot of moisture. Here, let me bring up the moisture here. Relative humidity. Yeah. So there's just this really big pool of moisture here. All throughout like Central America and the Gulf, or not the Gulf, the Caribbean. The Gulf is actually really dry right now, but the Caribbean, out there by like Central America too, is a lot of moisture. How fast is it moving? It is moving 2 miles an hour to the north-northeast. Mike says, why have we had mostly out-to-sea prediction this year? Literally no interior Gulf storms. Yeah, you know what? It's just the timing of these systems, because we've had a lot of systems that were working westward, but it just so happens that at the time being, there's a front rolling through, which a lot of these frontal systems and, these high-pressured air masses keeping it away from the states and stuff like that. So, yeah, also, it's just weather patterns. They change all the time. It's weird though, isn't it? Yeah. What's up, Paul? After a below average season, Melissa comes along, should boost the ACE figure for sure. Oh, yeah, the accumulated cyclone energy for sure. Good morning from England across the pond. Good to see you, Paul. Read something about millibars or pressure. If it's under 900, it's really bad. Yeah, even 900 is really bad. Even 940, 950, 960 is really bad. But yeah, I know what you mean. 1930 hurricane was 870. Typhoon Tip was 870, I believe, which was the largest hurricane, I think, or typhoon ever. Let's see. News article said it had a really dry eye. What does that mean? It means that there's not any water vapor. It just means that the eye is dry. there's really no moisture in the eye, essentially. So if you know the eye of the storm, let me zoom in here. We'll actually do a close-up zoom here. So this is the eye. So all around this is very moisture-filled. There's a lot of moisture, tons of condensing, a lot of saturation, all this stuff going on here. And in the middle, in the eye, is dry. There's dry air. I mean, I really don't know how else to explain it other than saying it's literally just dry air. So, let's see here. Golf's absolutely weird this year. Not exactly sure how to explain it other than surface temperature and circulation movement. Yeah, it's just, like right now, it's super dry out there. I mean, I'll go ahead and show you guys right now. You can just see all the brown. If I was to grab a sounding, you'll see the big spaces in the SKU-T chart here. So the red is your temperature line and the green is your dew point. There's a big gap indicating low humidity, dry air. Now, if I was to take another sounding in the area which there's a lot of water vapor, you'll notice how close they are together now. You see how close they are? There's a lot of saturation going on. Luther, no, I was not. Let's see. So it's going to sit on top of Jamaica for 15 hours. It's going to be there for a while. It's moving pretty slow. What's up, Sniper? Good to see ya. Casey, thank you so much for the thumbs up for 10 joules. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm still getting used to the whole joules thing on YouTube Shorts. I'm still getting used to it. But thank you so much, Casey. I appreciate the support, my friend. Helps out a ton. So, yeah, you can see the coast of Jamaica getting in the view here. Not too much further. Like I mentioned, the conditions are starting to get a little bit worse. I mean, they're just going to continue to deteriorate from here on until the point of landfall. And then they'll be peaked, essentially. But right now, you can see all that little plus sign activity. If you all look closely, you can see all these little plus signs. Like I was saying earlier, that's all lightning activity. That's telling us that it's very electric in the central of the storm, which, typically in hurricanes, lightning is pretty uncommon. But when you do see it, it means you have a lot of really strong vertical wind shear in the eye. So there in the eye wall, we have a lot of strong vertical wind shear, which is lofting some ice crystals pretty far up into the environment. And then you get friction amongst these ice crystals, which builds up static charge, which got to neutralize itself by zapping the ground. And by doing so, a powerful amount of energy is released, and a flash of light is generated. And satellites pick up that flash of light and display it on a map. That's pretty much what's going on right now. But yeah, I mean, typically tropical systems, they're very warm systems, both in the lower dynamics, both in the lower atmosphere and in the upper atmosphere. They're a lot warmer than your normal thunderstorms, per se. Let's see. They really are, Christy. For sure. Jamaica's just a great place. Yeah, Mike. That's true. That's a better way of explaining it. I'm not the best of teachers. I can't explain things the best. I mean, some things I can explain okay, I think, but some things I'm just not good at explaining. How fast is it going? So the storm is moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. The storm's winds, how strong the storm is currently sustained, so constant, at 175 mile an hour winds, sustained, gusting well over 200 miles an hour at this point. What's the current landfall prediction? So the point of landfall seems to be somewhere towards western Jamaica. Either the southwestern side or the kind of south central side, or whatever, kind of southwestern central portion of Jamaica. So that's where the center, the eye, is expected to go over. Now, in terms of the strength, by the time it reaches, it'll be probably somewhere right around 165 to 170 sustained around that point. So it'll be pretty strong. Of course, that's sustained. That's constant winds in the eye wall. We're going to have higher gusts, which is going to be much higher than that. Let's see. I have friends who live in a village near Falmouth called Scarlet Hill. They're not going to have a village after this. Halberd makes enough money every month for one additional cinder block a month. That's sad. That is sad. Those poor people, dude. I'll be sure, to keep them in my prayers for sure. And like I said, I'm gonna do everything I can to help, man. I might not be able to physically be there and help out anybody, but I can be here, streaming as much as I can. Giving as much information as I can out there. Information is power. Paul says I heard a gust of 240. I heard that too. I don't know if that was 100% true though. But I did hear about that. Yes. Steve says it's like a 20-mile across tornado. Pretty much, yeah. You could think of it that way. Let's see here. What is my understanding of Jamaica's preparation? More so, what have they done through the years to prepare for something like that? So, I've heard that there's been a lot of people that's been, boarding up the windows, stuff like that. Unfortunately, Jamaica, I believe they make most of their money off of tourism, and I know a lot of people out there, is kind of on a lower income, kind of more of a low income area, which makes it hard because you just don't have the funds to be able to prepare for something like that. You can't afford to prep, which is really sad. And that's the really sad thing is that, some people don't just have the money to be able to, have some type of protection for systems like this. And, even to be able to repair, it's just, it's terrible. Let's see. Hurricane hit them last year too. What storm was that hit them? I don't remember. But anyways, here let's do a little bit of an update on the rainfall totals, y'all. I'm gonna give y'all a bigger screen. I'm gonna cut my face cam for a little bit, just so you guys can see everything. But anyways, so Jamaica, you can see here in the central side, we have that pink shade. Also a little sliver in southern Cuba. So this is where we're going to be seeing 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, which is equivalent to 500 to 750 millimeters worth of rainfall. Which somebody told me earlier that you guys use both inches and millimeters. I don't know if that was just them or if that was like a lot of you guys. So if you guys are in Jamaica, do you guys use millimeters or these inches more? Let's see here. Oh, was it Barrel? Okay, yeah, I remember Barrel. That was pretty. Barrel was a Cat 5 too at one point. It was actually encountering a lot of wind shear that didn't really phase that storm. That was pretty wild. But yeah, back over here, the dark red, this is that 16 to 20 inch margin here. We could see 400 to 500 millimeters of rainfall. And the red is the 12 to 16 inch margin. You guys use inches more? Okay, cool. Gotcha. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I'm still gonna give you guys both of them though. Just so that everybody knows kind of how much we're expecting. Let's see here. Will Cuba get hit? Yes. Yeah, Cuba will definitely be heavily impacted. So on the forecast track, so after the system goes through Jamaica, it's going to go through eastern Cuba as a Category 4 storm, or either an upper level Cat 3 or a lower Cat 4 at landfall in eastern Cuba. Then it'll continue through the southern Bahamas, and then it'll continue central southern Bahamas, and it'll continue up there towards Bermuda. All right, everybody. I hate to do this, but I'm probably going to roll off. We've been live over 4 hours. I need to get some rest if I'm going to do this coverage during the landfall process. So I'm going to go ahead and try to get some sleep. I'm going to roll off here. Y'all, we are 1 subscriber away from 32,000. I just want to say thank you all for that. Greatly appreciate it. But, yeah, we'll be back on in a little bit. Just need some time to rest, get some sleep and stuff like that. But just want to say thank you, everybody, for joining. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing, for supporting us. It is greatly appreciated. You guys are absolutely amazing. Just want to say thank you, everybody. But yeah, we're gonna roll off for now. We'll pick up more later today, though. We'll be here before the landfall and during the landfall here in a little bit. Okay. So if you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. Be greatly appreciated. Leave a like. It'll be much appreciated. That way we can keep you guys up to date and all that. But just thank you, everybody, for joining. Y'all take care. By the way, thank you, everybody, for subscribing. I really appreciate that. And like I said, I'll keep you guys up to date, all right? All right, everybody. Y'all take care. Be careful. Try not to worry about it too much. We'll get through this. We got this. And all right, everybody. We'll see y'all in a little bit. All right. Peace out, my friends. See ya later on.